is a hopeless jumble, and the raindrops tumble all around heaven. Opens a magic lane. Somewhere over the rainbow.
Let us have faith.
Way up high.
Let us have faith.
There's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby.
Let us have faith.
There is no God. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue.
Let us have faith.
And the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me.
Let us have faith.
Where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me.
Let us have faith.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
Well, a great big good hello to everyone. This is Over the Edge. This is KPFA. And we're back again with It's All in Your Head. Yes, it's a month-long whatchamacallit on God and whether he actually exists or not. Interesting, huh? Well, it's even more interesting because tonight is 5 hours long. That's right, Puzzling Evidence is away. So there will be no Subgenius show tonight at 3 a.m., and I will keep going till 5 with It's All in Your Head. And that's not all. Next week, Barbara Golden, who is usually here with Crack of Dawn, will not be here. So I will be back for a change on the first Thursday of November. And guess what? Puzzling will still be gone too, and that'll be 5 hours too. But I think the Subgenius will show up for that one. The other little Subgenius guys. And anyway, that's the future, and it becomes even more distant than that, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Tonight, it's all in your head. First came paganism, which contained many astrological references, and as in ancient Egypt, was often obsessed with our access to an afterlife as its reason for being. And for some reason, bubbling up from human prehistory, blood sacrifice became a necessary ritual among all pagans in all places all over creation. Whether it's the ancient Mesopotamians, the Egyptians, the Semitic tribes, the Druids, or the Mayans and the Incans on a whole other hemisphere, the idea of killing something alive and sacrificing its flesh, animal and or human, to God or others, carried on in paganism up through the New Testament times in the Old World, when it was still going on. And coincidentally, salvation in the afterlife within Christianity became tied to the flesh sacrifice of Jesus. Do we understand how psychologically convenient that was at the time? A logic right out of long pagan traditions. Second came the astrological pantheon of anthropomorphized gods for all Greek and Roman purposes, which were mostly used like a supernatural soap opera, populated with supernatural characters burdened with condensed, stereotypical human strengths and weaknesses, producing a heavenly soap opera that both confirmed and confounded life as the Greeks and Romans knew it. The Hindus are yet immersed in their own heavenly soap opera of interacting gods, from vain and petulant to selfless and peaceful. Third came monotheism. One old guy in the sky, in our image, who created it all by his one and only self. But whatever form it took, religion came from the stars. From the stars comes the only constant source of inspiration among all religious movements, living or dead. The home of the gods, the seat of all powers, the symbol for our own brain's spiritual impulse. It is a procession, the history of religions. It parallels our history of art, and both go back as far. It's the gradual evolution of human spirituality that comes with this brain, that is innate in our brain alone among all life on this planet. Naturally, amid the unconscious randomness of nature, it appears like a gift of favor to those who get it, whether it is or not. From pagan gods of nature to an astrological pantheon of humanoid superheroes, to monotheism, first angry and then forgiving, this is the slowly evolving, ever-overlapping parade of divine assumptions, each phase lasting so long that we aren't generally noting how connected they all are. This is the slow, historical transformation of our spiritual imagination throughout history so far. What's next? Well, let me introduce you to your head. The human head. That's what's next, the place where it all finds a home. The human head will eventually study its own spiritual and moral impulses and the extra head dimensions, if there are any, of such human-only phenomena as our conscience, our morality, and our eagerness to externally represent and symbolize our internal intuitions. The conclusion of we in the All in Your Head movement is that there is more to us than meets the eye, but using the two we've got, it looks to us that we have an advanced intelligence which, probably for good reason, includes a still young and forming capacity for spirituality and the human evocation of morality, things no other living thing we know of has within them, and things no other living thing apparently has any need of in order to thrive in all their natural glory within the very same environment we're in. Spirituality and morality. What are they for, and why do we have them? It's all in your head tonight on Over the Edge, till 5 a.m.
Darkness of night, only occasionally relieved by glimpses of nirvana are seen through other people's windows. Wallowing in a morass of self-despair made only more painful by the knowledge that all I am is of my own making. When everything around me, even the kitchen ceiling, has collapsed and crumbled without warning, and I am left standing alive and well, looking up and wondering why and wherefore. At a time like this, which exists maybe only for me, but is nonetheless real, if I can communicate in the telling and the bearing of my soul, anything is gain, even though the words which I use are pretentious and make you cringe with embarrassment. Let me remind you of the pilgrim who asked for an audience with the Dalai Lama. He was told that he must first spend 5 years in contemplation. After the 5 years, he was ushered into the Dalai Lama's presence, who said, "Well, my son, what do you wish to know?" So the pilgrim said, "I wish to know the meaning of life, Father." So the Dalai Lama smiled and said, "Well, my son, life is like a beanstalk, isn't it?"
Paul argued that the rite of baptism could replace circumcision. This breakthrough allowed Gentiles to more freely join God's chosen people.
We now have, Paul says, a new map of the world. The old distinctions between Jews and Gentiles are now obliterated. They've now been supplanted by a new and truer and more wonderful and more beautiful map in which we have a new Israel that will embrace both Jews and Gentiles, all those who now accept the new covenant and the new faith.
And so I wanted to take that perception back to the ancient world and look and see what it might have meant in the ancient world.
There is no longer Jew or Greek. There is no longer slave or free. There is no longer male and female, for all of you are one in Christ Jesus.
But the Egyptians are, of course, as we know, a culture obsessed by the afterlife, basically certainly by what they left behind, these huge tombs and pyramids and all of the artistic productions that went into making them the great tourist attractions that they are today. But the Egyptians seemed to believe at first that only that the pharaoh was immortal, and he was immortal because he was a kind of a god. He represented Horus, the falcon god, while he was alive. And afterwards he went to his father Osiris and became one with him. It seemed to me that he didn't really have to do anything to deserve that. He was in some way a symbol of the fertility of the Nile, of the great bounty that the Nile gave the Egyptian people. And in immortalizing him, they were saying that this wonderful good fortune of the Nile was going on forever. But the strange thing is that his body was mummified on earth, let's say in a pyramid or a tomb, and he was free to travel around in the heavens. So it wasn't a real immortality, it wasn't a real resurrection at all. They didn't expect the body to get up and walk away. Mm-hmm. They expected that one of his souls, and the Egyptians had several kinds of souls, would be free to walk around during the day, and that was why they wrote all these spells.
What would be your interpretation of that Greek text with the word virgin?
Well, the Greek text is a translation of the Hebrew, in which the Hebrew alma, young woman, is translated Parthenos, which is an all right translation, but it means sort of unmarried woman, presumed to be virgin. And so it's that discrepancy in the text that I think opens up the possibility that Mary conceived in some miraculous way.
God is the greatest. He was reciting a credo that's held in common by Jews and Christians as well, that there's one God, one true God, one right way, and all other ways are wrong. Not only wrong, but criminal, not only criminal, but worthy of the punishment of death.
What a huge discrepancy that ends up being. What a huge discrepancy that ends up being.
Well, it's remarkable, and it was actually noted in the 2nd century by people who thought that the whole idea was based on a mistranslation. But it becomes very important for the history of Christianity. However, I don't just, want to debunk this as a historian by any means, because I think that the power of Christianity has to do with its enormous symbolic appeal to to a deep sense of truth which goes far beyond the literal.
The theological core of what happened on 9/11 were religious zealots punishing people that they believed to be infidels, non-believers. Obviously, a very, very extreme fanatic case, but if you ask where did these ideas come from, they are not inherent in militant Islam. They can be traced back to early Christianity and back even further to Judaism. This strain of belief and action, the idea that the true believers in the one true God are empowered to punish the non-believers, can be found in the Hebrew Bible, in the New Testament, in the Quran, and it has erupted horribly in our own time and place.
Held close by that which some despise, which some call fake, and others lies, and somewhat small for one so tall. A doubting Thomas? Who would be? It's written plain for all to see, for one who I am with no more. It's hard at times, it's awful raw. They say that Jesus healed the sick and helped the poor, and those unsure believed his eyes. Strange disguise. Still, write it down. Might be read. Nothing's better left unsaid. Only sometimes. Still, no doubt. It's hard to see. It all works out.
Seems to me that the people who read the Gospel of Thomas often intuitively love it, and I would be very surprised if it didn't become more part of the tradition. I really wish that I could have included the whole of the Gospel of Thomas in this book, because it's a marvelous, succinct, short collection of sayings which are enormously powerful. The lines that I love right now are the ones in which Jesus says, I am the light that is before all things. I am all things come forth from me. Split a piece of wood, and I am there. Lift up the rock, and you will find me there.
Some say you live once you're dead, do-do-do-do, but it's all in your head, do-do-do-do-do-do.
Well, there's one rock lifted, and here's another one.
Yeah, didn't God grow weed?
I guess he grew everything, supposedly, so that must be among the things he grew.
Yeah, one of the first Bibles was written on hemp, wasn't it?
Well, unless it's some kind of mistake.
Is it 420 yet?
Is it what?
420.
420? No, it's 1224.
Okay, so it's 420 somewhere, right?
Probably.
Okay. Good hello.
Thank you for that call from under that rock. Wow. This is It's All in Your Head, Over the Edge, KPFA, Berkeley.
Let's trace this a bit, because actually before the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament even, I remember my Freud as well, write about Anchnathon.
The light's so bright. Oh my gosh, I'm not used to the light. Put the rock back down on me, please. Oh, it's so bright. I got agoraphobia too. What am I gonna do? I'm afraid.
The Ebionites were Jewish Christians. They were started out as Jews who followed Jewish customs. They were born Jewish, probably followed Jewish customs such as circumcision, observance of the Sabbath, kosher food laws, and such. But these Jews had come to believe that Jesus was the Messiah. They accepted Jesus as the Jewish Messiah sent from the Jewish God to the Jewish people in fulfillment of the Jewish law. And so they understood that to follow Jesus, a person needs to be Jewish. That meant that the Gentiles, the non-Jews converting to the faith, according to the Ebionites, had to become Jewish. The men had to be circumcised, and men and women had to keep kosher and observe Sabbath and such. And so they were a Jewish group within early Christianity.
So they didn't see Christianity as a break from their Jewish faith, just as a new development within it.
Yeah, they saw Christianity as the fulfillment of the expectations of Judaism. They maintained, since Jesus was the Jewish Messiah sent from the Jewish God, that obviously this is still a Jewish religion. And so they retained the Old Testament as their scriptures, and had other scriptures that did not eventually make it into the canon, but other Gospels, for example, that they said were inspired and authoritative, that emphasized the Jewishness of Christianity.
The traditional view of the composition of the early Christian communities is that they are from the proletariat. Early Marxist interpreters of Christianity make a great to-do with this. It's a movement of the proletariat. It's essentially from the lowest classes. But if you actually look at the book of Acts, and you look at Paul, and you begin to collect the people who are named or identified in some way, here you have Erastus, the city treasurer of Corinth. You have Gaius of Corinth, whose home is big enough to let him be not only Paul's host, but the host to all of the churches of Corinth. All of the little household communities can meet in his house at one time. You have Stephanus and his household, who have been hosts to the community. You have Lydia in Philippi, who is the seller of purple goods, a luxury fabric. You have Prisca and Aquila, and we wonder why the woman is usually mentioned before her husband. She must be a woman of some consequence. You begin to get the impression that you have quite a variety of different social levels represented in these early Christian communities. Not people at the absolutely top level. You have, with the exception possibly of Erastus, no one from the aristocratic orders, no one who would be a member of the city council. You have no agricultural slaves who are at the bottom of the hierarchy. But in the rest of the social pyramid, everything in between, you seem to have representatives in these early Christian groups.
The belief in Aton, the belief in this one God in Egypt that preceded the Hebrews adopting monotheism. And what interests me about that is, I mean, Freud had that whole theory about that Aton and Adonai were transliteratable, and so the one God came from the Egyptians to the Hebrews, somehow got transferred there. But this God in Mosaic law, of course, is such an angry and an envious God. I mean, there's in the first commandment, no other God before me, and so forth. Where did that evolve? Do we even know where that was? That from the Egyptians, or
well, the whole idea that one God existed to the exclusion of all other gods and was jealous of any attention paid to any deity other than himself is at the heart of the idea, the theology of monotheism, and can be traced back to Akhenaten, the pharaoh who
is it Akhenaten?
Well, I'm pronouncing it Akhenaten, but I'm not going to claim to be an expert on ancient Egyptian pronunciation. But I will say that he used the force, the power of the state, to close the temples to all other gods, to punish as a crime the worship of any god but the sun god Aton. And that idea that you were not only confined to the worship of one approved god, but that you would be punished if you chose any other god or goddess, goes back to ancient Egypt and is carried forward very explicitly in the Hebrew Bible. Now, I want to pause and say, and I always feel I must say this, I am very mindful that the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Bible both enshrine some very elevating moral instruction, including the so-called Golden Rule, which is both a Jewish and a Christian
love
value.
And community and
Absolutely.
all these sense of honor.
That you shall love your neighbor as yourself. The Hebrew Bible instructs us not only to respect the stranger and protect the stranger, actually commands us to love the stranger. Cynthia Ozick has said we have built every idea of moral civilization on that one passage of the Hebrew Bible. I don't want to offend people who embrace in their understanding of Judaism and Christianity and Islam a kind and gentle God. However, if you read your Bible with open eyes, you will see that God is angry, wrathful, jealous, punishing, vengeful, sanctions the use of violence against non-believers. I write in my book about these.
But excuse me, it's always contradictory. Of course, in any, it's contradictory in the Quran, it's contradictory in the Old Testament, the New Testament. I mean, on the one hand, God is doing all these terrible things to the Egyptians, going back to the Egyptians, that all Passover is all about. And yet, on the other hand, when the Red Sea parted, and then later the Egyptians were done, he said, why are you rejoicing? These are my people too. So you're getting kind of mixed messages from this monotheism.
The Bible is a collection.
It's like your Moses, in fact, was the same way.
Exactly. Well, the Bible is a collection of mixed messages. It's possible to make selective readings, and we do make selective readings of what's in the Bible and what's meaningful to us. I want to mention in passing, I'm here to participate in an event on Sunday in Berkeley called Bible by the Bay, and at that event we're going to be talking about all the many diverse meanings that can be extracted from the Bible, and the ones that I have extracted in my book are hardly the only ones. But the point that I want to make, and in response to your question, I think it's a crucial point, is that we ignore at our peril the fact that God is shown to be in some places kind and gentle, but in many other places punishing, angry, and vengeful.
So we begin to get a picture of upwardly mobile people, to use a modern anachronistic way of describing them, people who have mixed status, who probably will be viewed by the aristocracy outside as nouveau riche, not people who don't quite belong, but in their own eyes perhaps deserve more status than they're getting from the larger society, and have found within this community a role of leadership and a role which is recognized.
Now, what about the Marcionites?
The Marcionites stand at the other end of the spectrum theologically from the Ebionites. The Marcionites followed a teacher from the 2nd century named Marcion, who was a famous theologian, philosopher, who had as his hero the Apostle Paul. Paul had said that a person is made right with God apart from the Jewish law. And
Marcion pushed this to an extreme, saying that there's a difference between the law on the one hand and the gospel on the other hand. Moses, in one scene in the Bible, argues with God when God proclaims his intention to exterminate the Israelites for worshiping the golden calf. And Moses is the voice of conscience. He lectures God on what is the right thing to do. And that's a very empowering scene for human beings who are wrestling with the idea of how should a human being relate to God.
Something as important as immortality
Necessarily so.
couldn't be the prerequisite only of the Pharaoh.
Necessarily so. The things that you're liable to read in the Bible, it ain't necessarily so.
Soon his courtiers began to be part of it, and of course, as they were functional and were able to serve the state, they began to have the ability to make tombs and to decorate their tombs with spells that guided them to immortality.
That the law is given by God in the Old Testament. It's a harsh law that nobody can follow, and so there's a penalty for not following the law, which is death. This harsh, vengeful God of the Old Testament is contrasted with the God of Jesus, who is understood to be loving and merciful, who's come to save people from their sins rather than to condemn them for their sins. Marcion concluded, therefore, that there are in fact two different gods. There's the God of the Old Testament and the God of Jesus and Paul. And so he wasn't a monotheist. He believed in two gods, and he rejected all things Jewish as coming from this other God, the wrathful God of the Old Testament.
The early Christians did have turf wars over who had it right. And you see this from the very beginning. The Apostle Paul, his opponents in Galatia, who say, wait a minute, if you're really going to be a real Christian, first you have to be a real Jew, and that means you have to be circumcised, and you have to keep certain regulations out of the Torah. So Paul has not got it right. Paul has to say, no, you don't understand how radically new this thing is which God is doing here.
Paul preached the imminent arrival of God's kingdom on earth and salvation for those converted to Jesus.
You know what time it is, how it is now the moment for you to wake from sleep. Salvation is nearer to us now than when we became believers.
It's clear that one of the concerns that keeps showing up throughout this period of Paul's ministry is, when is this kingdom going to arrive? What's going to happen? How soon?
They are still 25 years after the fact, anticipating the imminent return of Christ and the imminent arrival of the kingdom. And it's this kind of, don't slow me down with the facts, impatience and energy that we get in Paul's letters.
Paul's very first letter, the earliest single writing that we have in the New Testament, is 1 Thessalonians. And already in 1 Thessalonians, Paul is having to console them when people are starting to die within the congregation and the kingdom hasn't arrived yet.
Gods don't kill people. People of gods kill people. I am the Peter. I am God. 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 I am God.
Little David was small, but oh my. Little David was small, but oh my. He fought big Goliath, who lay down and died. Little David was small, but oh my. Nothing is real, wasting my time in the waiting line. Do you believe in what you see? Bluebirds fly, birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I?
Paul believed the earthly world order was about to change. The time was running out.
He made his home in that fish abdomen. Oh, Jonah, he lived in the whale.
When they say there is peace and security, then sudden destruction will come upon them.
Scholars have wondered who this people is who are saying peace and security. Some interpreters think that it's the first lapsed Christians. They're no longer serious about the end time coming immediately. I tend to think, though, that it refers to those who are supportive of the imperial rule, the peace and security of Augustan and imperial governance. So that Paul is saying those who are on the side of Augustus will reach their end first. Divine wrath will come upon them first. So Paul is very clearly drawing here a remarkable antithesis between the rule of the emperor on the one hand and the rule of God, the kingdom of God, on the other hand.
Apocalyptic expectations were fueling political turmoil throughout Judea. Jewish resistance to Roman rule was growing daily.
The situation in Jerusalem was becoming increasingly tense through the mid-60s also. Josephus tells us that there was growing tension over the last few governors of the countryside. He tells us that they were pretty abusive and corrupt administrators, robbing the people, as it were, in order to line their own pockets. Josephus also tells us that there's another source of growing tension in the country at this time, because there's an increasing number of bandit and rebel types coming out of the woodwork in the country. And so between growing banditry, the rise of the zealot movement, a politically active insurgency movement, and then the corruption of the administration, the situation in Jerusalem is becoming very, very tense indeed.
In the year 60 of the Common Era, after a decade building communities in the Greek East, Paul decided that his work there was done.
Now, with no further place for me in these regions, I am going to Jerusalem in a ministry to the saints.
Paul wants to fulfill the promise that he had made to Peter and James back in the Jerusalem conference. For these 10 years that he's been in the Aegean, he's had his congregations collecting monies together to take back to Jerusalem. Now we find him gathering all that up, each congregation sending an emissary with their part of the contribution, and they're all going as an entourage to lay it at the feet of James in Jerusalem.
I know that when I come to you, I will come in the fullness of the blessing of Christ.
What seems to have happened is when he went back to Jerusalem with the contribution, he was arrested as some sort of rabble-rouser.
According to the book of Acts, Paul was taken to Rome to stand trial before the emperor. Within a short span of time, the leading figures of the early Jesus movement were wiped out.
The tradition holds that Peter and Paul both died in about the year 64. About the same time, Josephus tells us that James, the brother of Jesus, at Jerusalem has also been killed, all in about the same 2 or 3 year period. With the passing of this first generation, the expectation that all of those coming events must be close at hand probably was a concern for a lot of people.
In the year 66 of the Common Era, Jewish resistance broke out into open conflict against Rome. The rebels seized Jerusalem. The first Jewish revolt had begun.
Truly the battle is thine. Their bodies are crushed by the might of thy hand, and there is no man to bury them.
It seemed that the fiery predictions of the Essenes were about to come true.
Moses was found in the stream. He floated on water till old Pharaoh's daughter, she fished him, she says, from that stream.
It ain't necessarily so. It ain't necessarily so. They tell all the children the devil's a villain, but it ain't necessarily so.
Do you think that there's anything from that basic premise that survived into the canon?
Well, the hero of Marcion, of course, is the Apostle Paul, as I said, and Paul's writings form a central component within the New Testament now. Paul has more books attributed to him than any other author of the New Testament. And I think, in fact, that this Marcionite view continues on in some churches unknowingly today, where people continue to talk about there being a difference between the Old Testament God of wrath and the New Testament God of love. That was the original view propounded by Marcion.
Most people in the First Revolt really thought it was the apocalyptic event. It was the coming of a new kingdom on earth. Several of the leaders within the revolt really claimed to have messianic identity or prophetic identity.
They shall be a flaming torch in the straws to consume ungodliness.
True to their beliefs, the Essenes marched out to fight the Romans and were annihilated.
Even many Christians thought that the war was the actual apocalyptic event.
This morning I went down to the Catholic Church, 'cause something just came over me. 45 minutes in the pews, praying the rosary when the last days come. We shall see visions.
One of the greatest remaining mysteries of science is the enigma of human consciousness.
More vivid than sunsets, brighter than stars, we will recognize each other and see ourselves for the first time the way we really are. Grating on my window gets a little rustier every year. I don't know how the metal gets rusty when it never rains here. So ago I worked at a liquor store, and a guy came in, tried to kill me, so I shot him in the face. I would do it again, I would do it again when the last days come. We shall see visions, more vivid than sunsets, brighter than stars. We will recognize each first time the way we really are.
Is the enigma of human consciousness. What makes us who we are creates that sense of the self and the world.
In the very next scene, Moses, the same man, is shown to gather what can only be described as a death squad, a group of young men who he instructs to strap sword upon thigh and to go from gate to gate in the camp and to slay neighbor and kin. Moses takes it upon himself to punish with the sword people who committed a religious crime by worshiping the wrong God. And I argue in my book, and I'm going to argue here, that that's the first example of a stance that was repeated on 9/11. It was repeated when Baruch Goldstein opened fire with the machine gun on Muslims at prayer at the Cave of the Patriarchs. It was repeated when James Kopp took a sniper rifle and assassinated a doctor who performed abortions. It has been repeated again and again by people who embrace the God of monotheism and read those sacred texts to instruct them to kill.
Who are the Gnostics?
Well, the Gnostics are a little bit hard to describe because there are a number of early Christian sects that scholars have lumped together under that term, Gnostic. The term Gnostic comes from a Greek word, gnosis, spelled with a G, G-N-O-S-I-S, gnosis, which means knowledge. These people are called Gnostics because despite the differences among them, they all emphasize that knowledge is the way to salvation. The basic Gnostic system appears to have maintained that this world we live in, this material world, is not the creation of the one true God, but in fact is a cosmic disaster that happened, and that people are trapped spirits. Spirits have been entrapped here in human bodies and need to escape this evil material world. And the way they escape this evil material world is by acquiring the proper knowledge, the gnosis, necessary for salvation.
To get into heaven, don't snap for a 7. Live clean, don't have no fault. Oh, I take that gospel whenever it's possible, but with a grain of salt.
In these Gnostic religions, for many of them, Christ is the one who comes from heaven to reveal this knowledge that can set people free from bondage to their bodies.
Valiant warriors of the angelic host are among our numbered men, and the hero of war is with our congregation.
prisoner of war who defected to the Roman side, the Jewish historian Josephus personally witnessed the sack of Jerusalem.
Josephus describes walking around the walls of Jerusalem and pleading with people on the inside to give up rather than go through the suffering and agony that would come from a long, protracted siege. For 2 years, then, Jerusalem was under siege. Starvation, disease, murder were the order of the day. The loss of life must have been catastrophic to the Jewish population as a whole.
Falling back in fields of rape. Falling back in fields of rape, my children. And you stand there laughing. And those were the days and those were the horrors. Falling back in fields of rape.
You see, and I shout, I'll scream, but I'd rather not be seen, and I'll hide away for another day.
What was that number again? What was that number again?
5, 1, 0, 8, 4, 8, 4, 4, 2, 5.
Motionless sweet, nothing is real, wasting my time.
5, 1, 0,
Do you believe
8, 4, 8,
everyone's saying different
4, 4, 2, 5.
Everyone's saying different things to me, different things to me. Everyone's saying different things to me, different things to me.
The notion of media we drag darknet gathering into what is ours. This is the universal media not known.
Beat new ones. However, it won't just happen. You've got to be working at it.
Northern Cree and friends. Northern Cree, Blackstone, Logan, Alexis, Singers, Arnett Coleman, the Jape of Shaz, the Shwam, Wasulu, Thing, Foot, everything just in time.
You could be a great dancer.
Written land,
I think I would like to push for a revival of the ghost dance tradition, where you could wear a magic shirt that would shield you from the bullets of the white man. In fact, the white men would disappear and the Indians would one day again regain control of the planet, at least this part of it.
I was driving through the wide Sierra Madre. The moonlight cast a dream of light around me, and the wild bare hills with canyons deep and narrow, with stunted thorns and ghostly shapes and shadows.
Their gods were better than ours.
What was that number again?
The lonesome wind made the cactus shake and shiver.
5, 1, 0, 8, 4, 8, 4, 4, 2, 5.
I passed some horses huddled by a river, when suddenly I saw a gypsy walking alone into the sky. Her voice was talking, and the ghost of Quetzalcoatl roamed the night. Visions of lost empires filled my sight. Empty haciendas, birds in flight, and there was no crowd in Mexico that night.
Let us have faith.
I stopped my car to see where she was going.
Let us have faith.
She stood upon a hill, her arms were open.
Let us have faith.
And beyond her there were Mayan ruins gleaming.
Let us have faith.
Like phantoms in the moonlight that was streaming.
Let us have faith.
See, the armies of compassion are on the march.
There's nothing funny about genocide.
They're on the march. The armies of compassion are marching against genocide. We're using genocide against itself.
The armies of compassion are not compassionate. It's time for people to rise up and put the armies of compassion in the toilet, flush it down with the entire state.
You're just a liberal critic. You're just being a critic, and well, God bless you.
If I were just being a critic, I'd be Dave Emery.
Well, I don't. If I want his vote too.
However,
whatever happened to Dave Emery anyway? You used to do a lot of stuff related to Dave Emery on this show. But back to my point, genocide isn't funny.
He could be listening right now. He is in the area, I know that, and he could be listening.
Well, he could be. That is so speculative.
Well, that's Dave for you.
Yeah, that is Dave.
Won't
I
happen.
love Dave for that. But back to my main point, genocide is not funny.
I agree with that. Now, where did you hear that? That
Well, you know, I just wanted to kind of like put that out there. Genocide isn't funny, and Quetzalcoatl is cool.
Somebody's saying it is?
No,
I see. Well,
I just wanted to put it out there.
isn't that kind of an unnecessary warning?
Well, you know.
Don't we have enough? And how many of them are necessary?
None of them are necessary.
No, probably a few of them are.
Well, if there was a genocide that could take out the ruling elite of the United States, I'd
You
be
know,
all for that one.
there's some American Indian tribes in California by the names of Tolowa, Odak, Yurok, Shasta, Pavioto, Karok, Achumawi, Cholula, Upa.
They're all dead now.
Marico. Wilkut, no battle. Maturu, Yana, Maidu, Wailaki, Nomlaki, Simpsone, Hato, Yuki, Maidu, Monko, Como, Patwin, and of course the river Patwin, the valley Patwin, and the hill Patwin, the Lake Miwok, Oak Miwok, the Nizanan, Maidu,
And even a few Cherokees here and there. Of course, I live where the dinosaurs are, in the Agua Caliente Indian Reservation area. Way down over here. And as far as that woman was concerned, I think she may have misheard somebody talking about suicide. I'm sure nobody would advocate genocide.
Some of your friends may be boring you right now.
Just another uptight, over-pacifist.
Let us have faith.
Get out.
Worried about the nuclear weapons. Or at least that's how you say it if you're a creationist.
Out and go, go, go. And
I think genocide is a hoot, to be honest with you.
go, go, go. And go, go, go. Go, go, go. Get out and go, go, go. Go, go, go. Well, this is Casey Kasem saying, keep your feet in the ground, keep reaching for the stars, and until you get the one you want, you can become easily upset.
Let us have faith.
And she walked among the temples and the fountain. Distant thunder echoed through the mountain. And from the ruins a crazy laughter cackled. The wind howled through some Spanish bones and shackles. And the ghost of Quetzalcoatl roamed the night. Visions of lost empires filled my sight. Empty haciendas, birds in flight. And there was no crowd in Mexico that night. And then the sound of horses running at me. An army of the damned were riding madly. And the land began to shake and the door was pounding. Voices of the lost were all around me. And quietly the sky began to lighten. The devil's landscape soon began to brighten. And the silence fell across the desolation. sun rose like an angel of creation.
This is It's All in Your Head, and it's still Over the Edge, still KPFA in Berkeley, KPFB in Berkeley, KFCF in Fresno, KZFR in Chico. And Over the Edge will run till 5 tonight. There will be no Puzzling Evidence show. He has arisen and gone somewhere, and we don't know where. Well, somebody does, but I don't.
Let us have faith. Let us have faith. Let us have faith. Let us have faith.
And the ghosts of Quetzalcoatl roam the night. Visions of lost empires filled my sight. The empty haciendas, birds in flight. And there was no crowd in Mexico that night. And there was no crowd in Mexico that
psychiatrists and lawyers destroying mankind, driving them crazy and stealing them blind. Bankers and brokers ruling the world, storing the silver and hoarding the gold. Ain't no use in preachers preaching when they don't stupid. Christianity is 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 stupid. Stupid. Communism is good. 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 Communism is good.
True or false?
Did you hear that? Give up. Give up.
True
or false? Give up. Give up. Christianity is stupid. Christianity is stupid. Christianity is stupid. Christianity is stupid.
True or false?
Give up. Communism is good. Communism is good. Christianity is stupid.
True or false?
Christianity is stupid.
True or false?
Communism is good. Christianity is stupid.
True or false?
Give up.
True or false?
Till 10 o'clock at night. From 5 o'clock in the morning now. Till 10 o'clock at night. From 5 o'clock in the morning. Till 10 o'clock at night. Communism is good. Christianity is stupid, my Lord. Christianity is stupid. Communism is good. Christianity is stupid, my Lord. Christianity is stupid. Communism is good. Give up, give up, give up, give up, give up. Stupid, stupid. Revival in the morning.
Don't sing it no more. Don't you sing it. Ask me not to. Don't you sing it. Not just sing it. Christianity is stupid. Don't you sing it. It's hard to do that. Singing time is always close up the hymn book and Bible. Tennessee's so that's the lyrics. Numbers and Deuteronomy. And avoid panic buying. First and second Chronicles. Esther, Job, Psalm, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and the Song of Solomon.
True or false?
Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Torah, Amos, and Obadiah, Micah, Nahum, Rebecca, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi. You close up Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. First and second Peter, first, second, third John, Judah, Revelation. Step up in the laboratory of power, turn the switch of gravity and inertia, and back to Lord. I'm going to walk up and down the golden streets of Houston.
He's dreaming about the future and he likes what he sees. The Christian Taliban has taken power and they slam their iron hand upon the land. Howard Stern gets locked away as kids in school are forced to pray. Dumped in the trash lies Roe v. Wade.
Well, don't ask questions past a certain door. It's not a Paulus meet or a place that begs to go as a metaphor. What I'm getting to is, you don't go past Mark where you don't know the secret of Beagle, Gamma, Alpha, Westinghouse. Oh yeah, we can do that, but how can you count a reaction? Well, you go out past the door, so we're not responsible.
Okay, maybe you have done something which is dealing with a political activity, like you distribute a political statement or something like that about a group. When they arrested you, you don't know. They put you in the prison, and when they punish you, you don't know.
Georgie giggles as he dreams he's watching Ashcroft's morning ministry on TV. Rumsfeld's planning new crusades, and Royce and Powell serve very well as slaves. It's God's way. Darwin swiftly banned from books, while gays are jailed like thieves and crooks. Ralph Reed likes freedom's brand new.
You stay in the prison for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, you don't know. Everything is unclear actually in this country. Everything unclear.
Beyond guarantees of rights, the Shia are angry because the thing that makes Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia, is just underneath their feet. Oil. An hour up the road from Hafouth is Dhahran, home of Saudi Aramco. The Aramco campus is an American suburb plonked down in the middle of the desert with all the facilities of an American gated community, including a golf course with sand traps that go on forever. There's also a fabulous museum of oil, full of interactive exhibits.
Stop the scream, you fascist, waste democracy. But for them, these guys a special place. Starts furiously screaming, you're giving my union a reason. For Amy's got a special place.
Georgie wakes to realize that this was all a dream, and that Constitution's in his way. But that's nothing he can't change.
Many of the world's great scientific ideas started right here. You can explore the history of Arabian and Islamic technical innovation in the Heritage Gallery. Press a gallery on the map in front of you.
If Islam is the unshakable foundation of the House of Saud, oil revenue provides the walls and roof of their palace. 70 years ago, Aramco's antecedent, Standard Oil of California, cut a deal to explore 350,000 square miles of Arabia for oil. The result for the House of Saud was a marriage made in heaven.
Oil GDP is by far the largest part of Saudi Arabia's productive activity. Oil GDP is by far the largest part of Saudi Arabia's productive activity. I think it's about 90 or 95% of GDP. They get oil revenues from the sale of the crude oil and the sale of the refined products. This money is transferred to the government, and then it goes into a black box. And no one knows what's in the black box, how the money is transferred from the black box to other people.
According to Marcel, Saudi Arabia provides only the most limited information to international bodies.
As it stands, it's very sketchy profile we get of the national accounts for Saudi Arabia. The problem is, what does religious or cultural spending mean? There, the UN has to fit Saudi Arabia in a category that doesn't really exist because they don't know what social expenditure is. And of course, the question since September 11th is, does this include funding for Sharia schools abroad? Does it mean some kind of more militant religious expansionism?
Saudi oil revenues are projected to reach $85 billion this year.
part of Saudi Arabia's productive activity. I think it's about 90 or 95% of GDP.
There's three basic groups in every country now. You have the ruling elite, which is the governing authority and the people, and the people at the top, which I call the palace. Then you have the street, as we call it, the mass of public opinion, which is the vast majority of people. And then you have the small group of people in the basement, I use the term the basement, the bombers, the people who go and make bombs and use them either for legitimate resistance or illegitimate terror. In either case, you have the small people at the palace who are desperately seeking American protection and help. You have the small group of people in the basement who are going around bombing the Americans all over the world, in the Middle East and Iraq, whenever they can. And the vast majority of the people are sitting there in the middle, completely disassociated from the events going on around them, watching their own history like a television documentary, completely unable to do anything about it. I think this is the great sort of tragedy of the modern Arab world, that the masses of people have been unable to be involved in the process of determining their own future. Islamism was one response to this. Arab nationalism was one response. People have gone into democratic movements and human rights, another attempt for people to get involved and make their countries better. But none of them have been able to do it. And we're watching exactly the same thing happening in Iraq today, a microcosm in the last 6 months of the last 6 decades of fragmentation, impotence and frustration in the whole Arab world. And I would just add that I don't think we've seen the reaction from the Arab world.
93 is a good 350, intermittent lights up. United 93 checking in 350. United 93, 350, roger. United 93, that traffic for you is 1 o'clock, 12 miles eastbound 370. Negative contact, we're looking at United 93. Somebody call Cleveland. United 93, verify 350. United 93, verify your flight level 350. United 93, verify your level of 350.
You infect my world with your presence.
United 93, Cleveland. United 93, Cleveland. United 93, if you're at Cleveland Center, identify, please. United 1523, did you hear your company, did you hear some interference on the frequency here a couple minutes ago, screaming? Yes, I did, 797, and we couldn't tell what it was either. Okay. United 93, Cleveland, if you hear the center, identify. An American 1060, a ditto on the other transmission. American 1060, you heard that also? Yes, sir, twice. Roger, we heard that also, thanks. I just wanted to confirm there wasn't some interference. Was that 956? Victor 956, go. I was just answering your call. We did hear that yelling, too. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what's going on. Calling Cleveland Center, you're unreadable. Say again slowly. Did you hear the transmission where the airplane that said he had a bomb on board? Say again, was that United 93? That transmission he said was unreasonable. It sounded like someone said they have a bomb on board. That's what we thought. We just, we didn't get it clear. Is that United 93 calling? Projected 956, that aircraft we believe was transmitting at 12 o'clock, 5 miles, turn left heading 225. I'll get you away from him.
And I cannot protest to Allah or ask why He took my daughter. It is all His will. No matter what I do, if I cry, if I scream, I can't bring her back. And so I have to accept that that is Allah's will.
Darkest day of my life, loneliest day of my life, most horrifying day in my life.
Okay, he's climbing, so I want to keep everybody away from him. Okay, I think we got him in sight. So the 1989, that traffic for you is at 11 o'clock and 15 miles southbound. 41 timing, looks like he's turning east while heading 360.
When I looked toward that window, toward the Statue of Liberty, and I saw that plane coming towards me, was numb. This monstrous plane looking at me like, I'm taking you. Part of the 82nd floor collapsed. All the walls were knocked flat. I was screaming, crying, and praying out loud, Lord, help me, please, send somebody.
And I heard this bang, 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 help, help.
I felt like this strange force came over me, this power that I've never felt before.
Here's the captain. I would like to all the remain seated. Home aboard and going to back to the airport. And our demand, so please remain quiet. Okay, it's United 93 calling. United 93, understand, have a bomb on board, go ahead.
I looked at this wall, and I started to hit and punch and kick. And I busted a little hole. And Brian said, I see your hand.
And I was able to grab onto something, whether it was his collar or we locked arms, I'm not sure, and then I lifted him out. And we fell in a heap on the floor. And we introduced ourselves. He said, oh, hallelujah. I'm Stanley, and I said, my name's Brian. We might be friends for life. You know, that sort of emotion overcame us. And then I said, well, come on, let's go. Let's get out of here.
So here I am, running, screaming, like everybody else. My Lord upheld this building. Then we were in perfect safety. The building collapsed. And here I am, God delivered, and I'm angry.
I wanted to get your take on the original tolerance for Judaism and Christianity as fellow people of the book. I'll take my answer off the air.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Well, you raise a very important point that, believe it or not, the Quran does deem Christians and Jews and a few other, actually, religions as people of the book. And the Quran also affirms in more than a few places that this book, the Quran, is not here to introduce an entirely new concept to the world, but rather to reaffirm the validity of the scriptures that were revealed prior to it, the Bible and the Torah.
I don't know what the reaction is going to be. All I've seen is a stunned, paralyzed, shocked Arab world.
You know, there was nothing I could do. You know, there was nothing I could do. You know, there was nothing I could do.
Executive 956, did you understand that transmission? The affirmative, he said there was a bomb on board. And that was all you got out of it also? The affirmative.
There was nothing I could do.
93, go ahead. That aircraft you can't get a hold of, has he turned to the east now? He's just turned to the east also. United 93, you're here Cleveland Center. American 10-6 and Executive 956, we just lost the target on that aircraft. Okay, 956, we had a visual on it, just stand by. Do you have a visual on him now? We did, but we lost him in the turn. You can make a turn back to a 220 heading, let me know if you can see him. Yeah, he's still there, we got him for 956. He's still there, northwest to be about 25 miles. Affirmative for 956. Executive 956, fighting 180. Hey, we're making a turn at 956, he appears to be heading right towards us. American 1060, do you see anybody northwest of you? Can you see back that far there? We're looking now, sir. Okay, United 93, Cleveland, do you still hear the center? United 93, do you still hear Cleveland? United 93, United 903, do you hear Cleveland? United 93, United 93, Cleveland. United 93, United 93, do you hear Cleveland Center?
Do you see any activity on your right side, smoke or anything like that?
Negative, we're certain. Yeah, we do have a smoke puff now at about, probably 2 o'clock. It appears to be just a dark cloud, like a puff of black smoke.
Watching this replay of Western armies coming in here to reorder our region and unable to do anything about it or even say anything coherent about it for most of us in the region where people are still stunned. So I think we've got to wait for the Arab reaction, and it could come at any of these three levels. It's a very complex, very fluid, and very unpredictable situation. More importantly, as people of this region, we have to try to mobilize those masses of decent human people, reasonable people, who want to live in dignified, pluralistic, and reasonable societies. And this is, I think, the great challenge before us now.
And to your mind, what is really simmering in the back of an Arab individual's mind at this stage?
Well, I would say,
is it anger? Is it disquiet, or what?
I would say it's a sense of two things. One, humiliation at the constant vulnerability that our region shows to Western power, and we've seen it in Iraq yet one more time, and of course we see it with Israel and the Palestinians always. The second one is a kind of anger directed at oneself for allowing ourselves to continue in this situation where we have these very autocratic and often violent regimes. None of them are elected, none of them are accountable, none of them are subjected to any kind of really serious accountability process. And I think people are angry at their own mediocrity, and they don't know what to do about it. And I think this is, again, Islamism was an attempt to come to grips with this. You have people now looking at democracy and human rights, constitutionalism, republicanism. There's many attempts by various people in society to figure out, why do we allow this to happen? Why am I and my children still addressing the same fundamental challenges that my grandparents addressed in 1905 and 1910?
But the problem is, Chris, that, during the early years, the early decades and early centuries of Islam, when Muslims began conquering different lands, sure, Christians and Jews were, quote, protected people, but they also held very second-class status within these lands. And these people often had to buy their protection from Arab Muslims. As a matter of fact, there is a passage in the Quran that talks about jizya, which is a poll tax that can be imposed upon Christians and Jews as a way of buying their protection from the violence of Arab Muslims. And I have to wonder to myself, is that really where we want Islam to go today?
The rights of citizenship and the relations between Arabism and Zionism and the relationship between the Arab world and the Western armies. We still haven't figured those things out.
I mean, suppose, in my view, God forbid, suppose, Islam in its fundamentalist form took over North America.
And it's an angry feeling, but an impotent one as well. And this will not just sort of dissipate.
in your lifetime or the lifetime of your great-grandchildren.
There will be some kind of reaction, but it'll probably take some years to materialize.
It is possible that Jews and Christians would still have to pay money to buy their protection from those whom are otherwise claimed fellow people of the book.
It seems like not only Iraqis but rest of Arab citizens are good material for dictatorship. Let me tell you why. People seems are ready to sit back and expect an authority to do things for them. Saddam was the provider of bread and security, and Saddam has gone, and people are sitting back and telling the Americans, why aren't you providing bread and security? Aren't you the new ruler in Iraq? And it seems that this mindset is so ingrained, and not only in Iraq because of Saddam's dictatorship, but it seems in the rest of the region that people do not see it as their responsibility to define who should be in authority and what their life should be like and what their life should be. And yes, what we're seeing in Iraq, part of that anger, and it actually struck me, maybe because I've been out of Iraq for 27 years, but it really struck me the attitude that was amongst Iraqis to expect things. They do not see that it is their responsibility, their country, and they ought to define their future.
6 weeks of May and early June were bad for Karachi, the worst its residents say since the mid-1990s, when violence reached its peak. More than 70 people were killed, several hundred injured, in a series of religious and political killings, assassinations, car bombs and riots. Syed Kamal Shah, the provincial police chief, had his work cut out controlling it all.
This unfortunate incident is condemnable, and we certainly feel that it is an attempt aimed at disturbing the peace of Karachi city.
But the militants were trying to do much more, because if there's one thing experts are agreed on about their groups, their goals have grown since the hunt for Al-Qaeda and its allies began in earnest. Amar Ahmed Khan, editor of the Karachi-based Herald News magazine, explained their simple rationale.
Al-Qaeda has become a kind of concept which many people in Pakistan are now increasingly subscribing to. I think what is happening is that many of our local militants who were previously restricted either to the local sectarian conflicts or Kashmir are now increasingly looking at the Al-Qaeda model, breaking away from their parent organizations, forming smaller cells and targeting Western interests.
For which much thanks to the Western powers, especially the United States, says Talat Hussain, a leading commentator. They backed the generation of Islamic radicals who fought the Soviets in Afghanistan, and after that war was won, left them to their own devices.
They thought that this force will be demobilized. It wasn't demobilized. It was not disarmed, and certainly the financial structure and the support and the system that was there to make it viable wasn't dismantled. So from the heart of the Middle East to the Horn of Africa, from the nook of Southeast Asia to the crannies of South Asia, you have a structure that is still available, and Pakistan is part and parcel of that structure.
And according to the Interior Minister, Faisal Saleh Hayat is working hard to tear it down.
We have been focusing on the architects, the financiers, and on a very large scale, the facilitators. There's a very large base in Pakistan. To us, it is absolutely very clear that unless we rid the society from such hardcore extremist elements, there is no way we can go ahead and seek the reforms.
The question for many Pakistanis is why the government, having made up its mind to crack down against militant organizations, can't implement it. The answer, they say, is that some organizations could still be useful, particularly those associated with the conflict in Kashmir. They were nurtured by the security agencies to keep Kashmir on a slow boil. Even though there's a peace process on the go right now, they may still be needed in the future.
In fact, a lot of people told me we expected somebody to appear on television and tell us what to do.
These are some of the tools the government has at its disposal.
That we workers in so and so sector must report back to work, etc.
Crack anti-terrorist squads undergoing American training a discreet distance from Karachi.
We expected that.
All part of Pakistan's new assertiveness.
And up until now, I think people are expecting things to be done for them. Similarly,
in the face of a mercurial enemy,
they are expecting the new governing council to do things for them.
An enemy which has blighted not just Karachi, but many other cities and towns across Pakistan.
Instead of saying, well, who put you out there? You're accountable to me. You have your powers from me. And at the end of the day, we own the country.
The question now is whether that enemy will confine itself to within its own shores or take its wider fight abroad.
That mindset is not in Iraq, and unfortunately it's not in the rest of the Arab countries. And I think that explains a great deal why dictatorships last in our countries. They're not challenged by citizens.
What do the Iraqi people want? We haven't heard from the Iraqi people for maybe 500 years or so.
So the ideal of Islam is very different from the reality as it is translated on the ground. Even historically, not just today.
And we need to hear from somebody in the Arab world in a free and open way. What do they want? Do they want a secular state or one where religion has an important role? What do they want in terms of their tribal and their Arab identity, their regional Arab links, their relationship to globalization, democracy, all of these issues we haven't heard from any Arab society. And I think the role of the intellectual and the people in the intelligentsia, the media, the academic institutions, NGOs, is to simply make sure that there is enough space in every Arab country or in some Arab countries to let the people speak for themselves, let there be a discussion, a consensus emerge from a free and open discussion. And if people want to be tribal, if they want to be pan-Arab nationalists, if they want to be Islamist, if they want to be secular globalizers, they can be whatever they want to be. But this is what we would like the Americans to support. I mean, I wouldn't write off what the Americans are doing in Iraq in terms of its impact on democracy and human rights. I'm as skeptical as everybody else. But what I would do is challenge the Americans to put your money where your mouth is. If you're talking about democracy, do it, but don't do it only in Iraq. Do it in every Arab country throughout the Levant, Syria, Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. Every country needs to have stronger democratic institutions, more liberal institutions, and a greater implementation of the principle of the consent of the governed, of majority rights and protection of minority rights.
Well, that's coincidentally exactly what we're doing here. Trying to spread it from our central vantage point of Berkeley, California. So far, we think it's not working. But it's all in our heads, just like it's all in your head, which happens to be the title of tonight's 5-hour program on Over the Edge. Do stay with us until 5. No Subgenius tonight. And we will keep going with It's All in Your Head, Part 3, by the way. Yes, I knew you'd call.
And I was wondering, did they have planes in the National Guard?
Plays?
Planes.
Flames?
Yeah, airplanes.
Airplanes?
Pilots.
I believe so, yes.
I was just making sure. Is that in junior or is that in junior?
Thank you for making sure that's junior.
But who calls that living when no gallows given to no man? What's 900 years?
And I'm very much concerned that many, many very gentle and civilized Muslims are being tarred with a label of extremism, and it's such a pity. And I'll get right to the point of my local concern here. Here in San Francisco, for example, last Saturday, in front of the French consulate, there was a demonstration by, 100 or more Muslim women and others against the French law regarding the banning of headscarves and Jewish kippot and Christian crosses. Yet, and the local Muslim community was able to muster this number of protesters. But over and over again, we see violence in the Middle East and around the world that But over and over again, we see violence in the Middle East and around the world that is conducted by Islamic extremists and terrorists. And these folks won't protest that. Yeah. They won't go out in the streets and do that. Yeah. And to compound the issue, these folks who are referred to as terror apologists are supported by local self-hating Jews. You know, you mentioned they're self-hating Muslims, and you don't want to be considered that. But we have, fortunately, a small number, but there's self-hating Jews here in the Bay Area that enforce this policy.
Bill, can I jump in at this point?
Yeah, sure.
While I agree with the premise of your question, I have to jump to the defense of Jews and the diversity of thought and opinion that occurs in the Jewish community. Those who, who oppose the Israeli occupation, for example, and I know you didn't say the Israeli occupation, but I have to say it, are not necessarily self-hating Jews at all. They have a right to their opinions, informed opinions, and while I completely agree with you, Bill, that anybody who states their opposition to violence ought to also be opposing suicide bombings. Let us not tar, people with the brush of self-hating, because I don't think that that's very constructive. When people do it to me, it's not constructive. When you do it to somebody else, it's not constructive. But let me address the very first point that you made. Why is it so difficult? And I asked this in the book, Penny. Why is it so difficult to draw Muslims into the streets to demonstrate massive human rights abuses that are happening against other Muslims, and never mind Jews and Christians, in the name of our God? We are so much more ready to pour into the streets when it is our civil rights that appear to be violated. And by the way, I think that the impending French law against hijabs, kippot, etc. is a bad law. I completely respect and support the right of these women. Thank God they're leading the fight against such a law. But will they also lead the fight against the stoning of women in the world of Islam, against murder, against torture, against slavery in countries that are ruled by Islamist regimes?
If our justification for being there is that God sent us, then the Arab justification, the Islamic justification, is that the Quran has said that any land to which the Quran spread is inalienable. It's Dar al-Islam. That therefore means that we are in a permanent religious quarrel. It's our absolute against their absolute. If you are in a religious quarrel, you cannot compromise. The only compromises that can be made are compromises which are made in secular terms by secular politicians. I would like us, with your permission, to add a little story. And Walid got up and said, I am perfectly, in a rather feline way, he said, I am perfectly prepared to believe that speaking in Hebrew, God promised the land of Israel to the Jews. But I never heard him say it in Arabic, in his person as Allah.
So I think there's a lot of double standards here that we Muslims have to own up to.
And why, if we're here in the Bay Area and it's the Bay Area Muslim community, it's a Western Muslim community, why not that same 100 out protesting something else? I mean, what is your take on that?
I quite frankly, I think at the end of the day, it is politically correct and safe, physically and otherwise, to be protesting something that comes out of a Western country, whether it's France, whether it's America, but politically unsafe and physically unsafe within our own communities in Muslim, in Muslim communities, to be protesting our own violations of human rights. And very quickly, I'll tell you a story. I was in Chicago as part of my book tour, and a couple of women in hijab, very hostile at first. They glared at me throughout my remarks. Toward the end of the evening, they acknowledged that there are major problems that we as Muslims, and in particular as women, need to begin to confront. And then one of the women said, oh gosh, I hope this isn't on camera because I'm not allowed to say these things. And I said, hold on a second. What do you mean you're not allowed? Yes, you're Arab American, but you're also Arab American. So who's not allowing you to? And she told me, the political organizations that claim to represent people like her, right here in America. So again, let us confess to the political intimidation that we ourselves are beaten down by.
Now, so long as we're going to insist that we have a religious right to the land of Israel, then even Jimmy Carter will tell us that that isn't what his Southern Baptist teaching has taught him. The Jews have a religious right to the land of Israel, provided they turn Christian.
Do it everywhere, and the Arab people will be jumping over each other to work with the Americans. So I would challenge the United States to live up to its words and not just to say at the rhetorical level.
Finished with this Islamophobic propaganda, are you going to get around to the real issue of the Zionist bomb?
There is a healthy debate going on in Saudi Arabia. Our leaders are pragmatic. Our leaders are realistic. Sometimes people accuse us of moving too quickly. Sometimes, at the same time, others are accusing us of moving too slowly. Maybe it shows that we're moving at about the right speed.
The authorities are extremely nervous of upsetting religious sensibilities. That's because the real opposition here is from Islamic hardliners.
But in many instances, of course, the religion is what's used as an excuse. I mean, there are nationalistic concerns. In fact, as you point out in your book, instruments of torture in pagan times became the same ones that were used during the Inquisition. So there is certainly I mean, like you say, there's a darker side of polytheism, and then there's the darker side of monotheism.
Yep, and we're here with all of them. This is Over the Edge. It's all in your head. KPFA in Berkeley.
Good hello.
Yes.
Good hello, Mr. Don. About 20 minutes ago, you played a song, a song about a man singing about the Taliban and Donald Rumsfeld, and kind of rhythmic song, very good.
Yes, I remember.
Who that was? Can you please tell me who that was?
Well, it's probably you, but here it is. Noodle Muffin presents Regime Change, a CD.
Oh, thank you so much.
The Christian Taliban is track 2. There are 20 tracks.
That is Noodle Muffin.
I believe it's Noodle Muffin, yes.
Oh, thank you very much.
I will no longer name what I'm playing.
They both have their dark sides. And yet, monotheism also, in many respects, is celebrated, as I think you point out quite reasonably, love and community and strong ethics and helping the stranger and so forth. We're talking to Jonathan Kirsch. His new book is called God Against the Gods. And a lot of this historically, as you point out, goes back maybe not so much to Moses, but Josiah, 7th century BCE, and really also to Rome in the 4th century, because as you point out, and I think this is where the history gets fascinating, had it not been for Constantine, who was a monotheist, and Julian, his nephew, the apostate, who tried to create a counter-revolutionary polytheism, I mean, these two men, particularly Constantine, changed the course of history tremendously.
This is a crucial point. We have been taught to believe that monotheism is self-evidently true. And when men and women are exposed to this truth, that the scales fall from their eyes, as Paul's revelation is described in the Gospels or in the New Testament. The history shows otherwise, and in fact, the Hebrew Bible shows otherwise. Monotheism has been a failure when people have had the right to choose. Never more so than in our own time, where we live in an age that we like to call the New Age, where people feel at liberty, at least in our country, to pick and choose and mix and match religions, or to hold no religion at all, or to be aggressive atheists.
From a consumer standpoint, it just makes sense. If you can have more gods than one god,
absolutely, it's a free market. Right. And that was, and what I argue in my book is that that's not the New Age, that's the Old Age, that's the pagan age. Rome was a free market in religion. But what I demonstrate in my book, and I think history supports it, is that the moments in history where monotheism succeeded, under an Egyptian pharaoh, under the Jewish king Josiah, under a Christian emperor Constantine, were moments in history where a powerful monarch put an autocratic state in service of a religious idea. And only in those brief periods of history, when religion is wedded to the power of the state, are people brought to the worship of the one true God in great numbers because they're compelled to do so. Under Constantine, the church, which was a persecuted minority until Constantine empowered it, now has the torturer and the executioner, the magistrate, the army at its disposal, and the church uses these instruments of state power to enforce a monopoly of belief.
Said, this is exactly how the Jews feel. And don't forget that the Jews are a very small group. What about 15, 16 million people in the whole world? Islam, of course, is 1.3 billion people.
A sense of siege, which do you think, Dr. Pearl, has increased significantly since the events of September the 11th? I mean, we know that Muslims around the world feel in many ways beleaguered and attacked. Do Jewish people also similarly feel there's been an increase in tensions and they're under a greater threat these days?
Yes, we do, because of the rise of anti-Semitism in Europe, but primarily in the Arab world, because although Israel is normally perceived to be the strong hand in the Middle East, it isn't really strong. It is constantly under threats of being annihilated.
This is going to be very problematic, isn't it?
And here I am, God delivered, and I'm angry.
Trying to build bridges between the two faiths.
Angry because all these good people who were there, the firefighters, the cops, the EMS workers, all these good people who were left in this building, which I'm sure there were, that couldn't come down from the 81st or 82nd floor coming down because all this debris, they perished. So I'm angry.
Just like he intervenes in everybody's life, God intervened in my life that day.
This is one of the hottest debated points in early Christianity. Today, of course, Christians tend to say that Jesus is both divine and human, both God and man. But in early Christianity, there were wide-ranging debates over who exactly Jesus was. This group called the Ebionites, this group of Jewish Christians, maintained that Jesus was completely human and
For many people, particularly
But in early Christianity, there were wide-ranging debates over who exactly Jesus was. This group called the Ebionites, this group of Jewish Christians, maintained that Jesus was completely human and only human, that he was born to the sexual union of Joseph and Mary, that he was like the rest of us, only he was more righteous. And since he was more righteous than the rest of us, God chose him to be his son and appointed a task to him to be the one who would die for the sins of others. So in that system, Jesus is completely human and not at all divine. Contrast that with the Marcionite Christians, who maintained that Jesus was completely divine. He was one who came from the good God to save people from the wrathful God of the Old Testament, and he didn't belong to the God of the Old Testament who created this world. Since he didn't belong to the God who created this world, he couldn't be part of the creation itself, which means for the Marcionites, he was never born. In fact, the Marcionites maintained that he descended from heaven as a full-grown human in the appearance of human flesh, so that he was, in fact, a phantasm, fully divine and only seeming to be human.
Eternal and blessed.
blessing supernal from his precious hand I receive.
And so we find the notion of immortality spreading out among the upper classes, and eventually it gets to the middle classes. And of course what's interesting about the middle classes is that they need to prove that they're worthy of the afterlife. So we see in the later Egyptian documents, the New Kingdom documents, the famous Egyptian Book of the Dead, in which ordinary people show up at a courtroom scene and have to prove that their souls are lighter than a feather. And if they don't do that, then they have to die a second time, at this time forever. If they prove that their souls, or actually their hearts, are lighter than a feather, then they get pretty much the same kind of reward that the pharaohs get.
Let's have a little bass. Tenor? How about some altos? Sopranos? Now I've got a question. Do I want to go to heaven? Yes, Lord. Do I want to go to heaven? Yes, Lord. Do I want to go to heaven? Yes, Lord. You are promised and I'm here to receive. Do I want your great salvation? Yes, Lord. Do I want your great salvation? Yes, Lord.
What about the Gnostic texts?
The Gnostics have a particularly interesting understanding of it because they understand that there's something divine and human about Jesus. And so what they maintain is that Jesus Christ is two things. That Jesus is a man like other humans.
Now hear me now.
Who was born into this world.
God is a concept by which we measure our pain.
Who was a righteous man.
I'll say it again. God is a concept by which we measure our pain. Yes, we do.
And the Christ is a divine being that comes down from heaven to inhabit the body of Jesus.
I don't believe in magic.
So that the Christ is different from Jesus.
I don't believe in action.
The Christ is a divine being inhabiting Jesus' body during his ministry. That's
I don't believe in Bible.
why he doesn't start doing any miracles until after his baptism.
I don't believe in terror.
For these people, because that's when the divine Christ came into him.
I don't believe in Hitler.
And then at the end of his life, since the divine element cannot suffer, since it's divine, Jesus at the end cries out, my God, why have you forsaken me?
I don't believe in Jesus.
Literally, my God, why have you left me behind?
I don't believe in Kennedy.
It's because the divine element at that point, according to the Gnostics, had left Jesus and returned to its heavenly abode.
I don't believe in Buddha.
So for them, Jesus Christ was two things, and there's a separation between the Jesus and the Christ.
I don't believe in mantra.
There's a very interesting early text called the Proto-Gospel of James.
I don't believe in Gita.
Which is allegedly written by Jesus' own brother, James.
I don't believe in yoga.
In which there's an account of Mary giving birth, and when she gives birth, Joseph, narrating it in the first person, actually sees time stand still.
I don't believe in kings.
He sees that sheep aren't moving in the field and birds aren't flying through the air.
I don't believe in Elvis.
And humans are frozen in space.
I don't believe in Dylan.
Just as the Son of God is being born.
I don't believe in the Beatles.
Joseph goes off then to find a midwife in order to assist with the delivery. When the midwife arrives, the child's already been miraculously born.
I just believe in me, and that's reality. Yes, it is. Eureka, brother.
The midwife doesn't believe it, however, and decides that she needs to give a physical inspection of Mary, a postpartum physical inspection to see if in fact she really was a virgin, and she gives her a postpartum inspection and it turns out not to have been a good thing, because then her hand starts burning off in judgment for disbelieving that the virgin has given birth. Jesus then, the infant Jesus, ends up healing her hand, so it all works out well in the end. This has to do with the idea that Mary continued to be a virgin even after Jesus, as is a doctrine, for example, in the Roman Catholic Church, that Mary was a perpetual virgin. These different groups had different understandings of the death and the resurrection. There were some groups, of course, who said that Jesus' death is what brings about the salvation of the world. That would be the proto-Orthodox view. There were other people who said that Jesus died, but his death had nothing to do with the salvation of the world. For example, the Gospel of Thomas, these 114 sayings of Jesus that appear to be Gnostic in their orientation, they think that the way to have eternal life is by understanding Jesus' secret teachings. His death has no role to play in salvation. There were some Gnostic groups that maintained that when Jesus died, it was just the man Jesus who died, that the Christ had left him to die alone on the cross, so that the divine element didn't suffer at all. There are other Christians who maintain that since Jesus was fully divine and not really human, that he didn't have a flesh and blood body, so that he didn't die at all, that it was just an appearance to deceive. We do have discussions in early church writings about how to decide which books to include. And the early Christians seem to follow four major criteria.
And they punish anyone who holds a different belief.
Al-Azam was held first in Kandahar, then in a small cell in a hangar at Bagram Air Base near Kabul. After a year in Afghanistan, he was transferred to Guantanamo Bay.
by the month of August in the year 70, the fate of Jerusalem was a foregone conclusion. The Roman armies were massed. They were ready to break through. Everyone knew it. It was just a matter of when. But they were going to fight to the death, and many of them did die. So on that fateful morning when they broke through, Josephus describes the events of them breaking through the walls, the Roman soldiers running through the streets, going into every house.
Pouring into the alleys, sword in hand, they massacred indiscriminately all whom they met, and burned the houses of all who had taken refuge within, running everyone through who fell in their way. They clogged the alleys with corpses, and drowned the whole city in blood. The dead bodies of natives and aliens, of priests and laity, were mingled in a mass, and the blood of all manner of corpses formed pools in the courts of God.
It's a pretty awful slaughter. And we have lots of evidence of it now, between the artifacts that one finds of the first revolt that are scattered throughout this layer of the archaeological record, arrowheads, spears, other kinds of indications of pretty serious hand-to-hand combat at all parts of the city.
Towards evening, they ceased the slaughter. But as night fell, the fire gained the mastery, and the dawn broke in flames upon Jerusalem.
One of the most recent and poignant examples of this comes from the archaeology, something called the burnt house, which actually shows us one of the houses that apparently was burned during this. All of the furniture and the implements are here in place, with the layer of ash and residue of the burning still quite clear.
The Romans set the temple on fire. All that was left was the platform wall that once supported the symbol of the center of the nation of Israel.
Roman troops sacked the temple and carried off the sacred symbols of Judaism.
Jerusalem, the sacred city, the temple, the center of piety and identity, is gone. It's very important that we remember that up to and through the First Revolt, Christians are still part of Judaism. And the revolt and its aftermath is just the beginning of a split, as each group tries to rethink its earlier traditions in the light of the failure of the First Revolt.
The failure of the First Revolt also created a crisis for early Christians who were still a part of Judaism. The kingdom had not come. The Messiah had not arrived. The followers of Jesus coped by telling stories about the man they had expected would deliver the new kingdom on earth.
We have to remember that Jesus died around 30. For 40 years, there's no written gospel of his life until after the revolt. During that time, we have very little in the way of written records within Christianity. Our first writer in the New Testament is Paul, and his first letter is dated around 50 to 52, so still a good 20 years after Jesus himself. But it appears that in between the death of Jesus and the writing of the first gospel, Mark, that they clearly are telling stories. They're passing on the tradition of what happened to Jesus, what he stood for, and what he did orally, by telling it and retelling it.
Meeting in each other's homes, early Christians told stories of Jesus' parables and miracles, and of his suffering and death.
These were not historical accounts, but shared memories shaped by a common past.
Legend and myth and hymn and prayer are the vehicles in which oral traditions develop. One could, for example, imagine that the oldest way in which the early Christians told about Jesus' suffering and death was the hymn that Paul quotes in Philippians 2.
And being found in human form, he humbled himself and became obedient to the point of death, even death on a cross.
Paul quotes this hymn in the early 50s of the first century. He quotes this as a hymn that probably was sung in the Christian communities 10 or 20 years earlier. That is the way in which you first tell the story. And that you tell the story in the form of a hymn also shows that the telling of the story is anchored in the worship life of the community. So here is really the beginning of the oral tradition.
It seems that over time, some of these stories came to be written down and are what came to be thought of as the gospel, the good news, the story of Jesus.
The beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Isaiah, prepare the way of the Lord, make his path straight.
The Gospel of Mark is the oldest in the New Testament. It was written soon after the failure of the first revolt for a community that was struggling to reconcile its expectations of Jesus with the loss of the temple.
We know a little bit about Mark's community from some things in the Gospel itself. Mark's audience reads Greek and not Aramaic. Mark always has to explain the Aramaic phrases that Jesus uses.
In Mark's story, Jesus predicts that the temple will be destroyed because it has been desecrated.
Jesus is standing against the temple in Mark's gospel. And Mark wants us to understand that that's significant to why he must die and why Jerusalem will be destroyed.
Do you see these great buildings? Not one stone will be left here upon another. All will be thrown down.
The Gospel of Mark is extraordinary and strange, the story. If you read it apart from the others, it's a story of this country teacher coming from nowhere with incredible power descending upon him, healing people, exorcising people, speaking strange, bold, astonishing things, and startling everyone.
He said to them, "Why are you afraid? Have you no faith?" And they were filled with awe, and they said to one another, "Who is this then, that the wind and sea obey him?"
Mark was the first to write the story of the life of Jesus. He took disparate elements of oral tradition and a few early written sources and wove them together to create a new narrative.
Mark seems to have a knowledge of at least one and maybe two or three different collections of miracle stories. The fact that Mark takes these early sources of Jesus' miracle stories suggests that, in fact, one of the earliest ways of understanding Jesus is as a miracle worker. But miracle workers are a dime a dozen in the ancient world. We hear about all sorts of people who can perform miracles, so that doesn't really seem to set him apart.
In Mark, what does set Jesus apart is that he is a peculiar kind of miracle worker. In one case, he has to attempt the miracle twice to get it right, and at another time, he can't perform miracles at all.
It seems to be one of the points of Mark's gospel to say he's not just a miracle worker, he's more.
Jesus emerges from Mark's gospel as a strange and somewhat enigmatic figure.
Jesus is mysterious. Jesus intentionally keeps people from understanding who he really is at times.
He said to them, "For those outside, everything comes in parables, in order that they may indeed look, but not perceive, and may indeed listen, but not understand."
Well, there you go. There's one right there. Pretty hard to understand. This is It's All in Your Head. On Over the Edge. KPFA, KPFB, Berkeley, KFCF Fresno, KZFR in Chico. And now, a sci-fi aside. I'm Buck Logic. Supernatural. What is your definition of that? Is God supernatural? Maybe it's not supernatural, but just older. Say, a species somewhere that's 1,000,000 years older than we are. Now, that's perfectly plausible given the age of the universe. 1,000,000 years here, 1,000,000 years there, the wink of a cosmic eye in universal time. Life sprouts up in the vicinity of a star over there. Life sprouts up in the vicinity of another star over here. Probably way over here. One starts 1,000,000 years after the other. But here we are, the one who started a little later. And that other one over there is 1,000,000 years ahead of us. And when it comes to technology, 1,000,000 years more of it is going to make one hell of a big difference. Trouble is, and I bet this is universal in science throughout the universe, once technology gets rolling into all kinds of practical applications, as ours began to do only around the beginning of the 19th century, science begins achieving exponential growth, invention leading to invention ever more rapidly, resulting in the 20th century, in which progress was so rapid we went from the first manned flight under power to landing on the moon, all in one human lifetime. The first human to take off under power from the surface of the Earth to the first human on the moon in a single human lifetime. A miracle? No. Equally unbelievable, but not a miracle. It was exponential, synergistic growth, fueling rapid scientific expansion with ever more rapid discovery, and it's still happening here in the next century, bigger and faster than ever, right now. Where do you think human technology will be 1,000,000 years from now? What do you think it will be capable of? Okay, now think of someone somewhere else. Someone whose first flight in their atmosphere came to a rough landing 1,000,000 years ago. And that same exponential speed up of scientific advancement has been accumulating for them for 1,000,000 years already. They had their Wright brothers flight when we were somewhere between hominid and human. Their technological abilities by now are completely imaginary in any terms we can come up with over here. We humans have just begun to tinker with genetic research and are newborns when it comes to quantum-level technologies, the possibility of manipulating things at the foundation of what we're still calling reality. See, absolutely unimaginable. The abilities of a technology 1,000,000 years older than ours would be not only unknown, but unknowable to us. As Arthur Clarke once said, any truly superior technology is going to look like magic to us. And that is the way, my friends, in which our current definition of supernatural may be only misinterpretation, misperception. It may be our definition of natural that's not yet big enough to include unsuspected things that actually are natural, like a much older species than us with a much older technology than ours. And remember, in biblical times here on Earth, a few thousand years ago, they were still a million years ahead of us. I see costumed away parties to Babylon from somewhere in orbit. Or maybe not. But it is at least as likely an explanation of biblical times as the God they were pretending to be in front of our pre-science, pre-literate, highly superstitious humans of the time. For the All in Your Head movement, this has been a Sci-Fi Aside. I'm Buck Logic.
Wasn't Constantine's belief also linked to the fact that if there's one God, then he could be identified with that one God?
Absolutely.
So it was the notion, I'm the emperor, and the emperor that's divine and I are linked.
For judgment. First, a book had to be ancient if it were going to be included. Secondly, related to the idea of it having to be ancient, a book had to be written by an apostle or a companion of the apostles. Now, some of the books were anonymous, which created problems. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, for example, don't claim to be written by people named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That's the titles they have, but whoever gave them these titles was trying to say that this is the gospel according to Matthew. What happened is Christians in the early 2nd century started saying these anonymous books actually are connected with apostles. And so they attached names of apostles or companions of the apostles to these anonymous books so they could be accepted, because books had to be not only ancient but also apostolic. The third thing is that books had to have widespread usage throughout the world of Christendom in order to be accepted into the canon. And fourth and finally, books had to be orthodox, meaning they had to agree with the correct understanding of the faith to be included, so that a book like the Gospel of Peter or the Gospel of Thomas ended up being excluded precisely because these books were understood not to represent the Orthodox faith.
The group that you describe as proto-Orthodox in early Christianity is the group that's closest to what is in the New Testament. Who was this group?
Well, it's a somewhat amorphous group in that we know of some people who belong, but it's probably a fairly large group with many differences among them. We call them the proto-Orthodox because they represent the points of view that eventually became dominant in early Christianity.
Jesus in Mark's Gospel both reveals and conceals his true identity, a paradox scholars call the Messianic secret.
It seems to me that the Messianic secret is indeed that the true Messiahship of Jesus cannot be recognized in his miracles, and that the Messianic secret of Jesus is that he is the Son of Man who has come to suffer, and not the Messiah who is going to do great miracles. And that will become clear only at the very end of the story of Jesus. The suffering and death of Jesus reveals the secret.
Since the destruction of the temple, Mark's community has come to see the death of Jesus in a new light. Mark is challenging the pre-war image of Jesus as an apocalyptic figure.
Mark, coming out of the experience of the First Great War with Rome after the destruction of the temple, Mark sees Jesus, like many of the Christians that Mark knew all about in his own community, as God's persecuted one, dying, almost feeling abandoned. It's a very unromantic Jesus. It's a terrifying image because that's what their experience was.
When it was noon, darkness came over the whole land until 3 in the afternoon. At 3 o'clock, Jesus cried out with a loud voice, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?"
Mark tells us that Jesus died being mocked and in agony. And I think Mark is writing for the experience of people in the 70s who are dying like that and who need the consolation that Jesus had died that way before, feeling abandoned by God.
In Mark's original gospel, Jesus dies and his body is placed in a tomb. When the tomb is discovered, Jesus is gone.
Mark ends with an empty tomb and a waiting for the return of Jesus. He ends almost with an absent Jesus, because that's what his community has experienced in persecution, an absent Jesus. Now, nobody after Mark is going to accept that. Matthew will change it, Luke will change it, John will change it. The scribes will even change the Gospel of Mark to put other endings there. Mark creates the empty tomb, as far as I can see, as his way of ending the story.
And the last words of the original gospel are, and they were terrified. It would be very bad news if it weren't that underneath this rather dark story is an enormous hope that this very unpromising story and its terrible, anguished ending is nevertheless not the ending, that there's a mystery in it, a divine mystery of God's revelation that will happen yet. And I think it's that sense of hope that is deeply appealing.
Mark began the gospel tradition with his dramatic story of the life and death of Jesus. The later gospel writers would continue the tradition by drawing on the story told by Mark.
Matthew and Luke both used Mark as the core, sort of the basic storyline that they tell, because Mark is completely incorporated, 16 chapters, into both Matthew and Luke.
Matthew and Luke depend on Mark, which is why those three Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, are called the Synoptic Gospels, because they can be understood together.
Once scholars had decided that Mark's Gospel was used by Matthew and Luke, it was possible to compare them and to realize that there was also material with a common sequence and a common content that wasn't in Mark.
Scholars observed that there's a part of the sayings in Matthew that are exactly identical with sayings in Luke. In fact, they're identical in Greek, sayings of Jesus. Now think, Jesus spoke Aramaic. So if you were translating Aramaic, and if I were translating Aramaic, they'd come out different, these translations. So you would only have Jesus speaking identical sayings in Greek if you had a written translation in Greek of his sayings. And so scholars suggested that there must have been, besides Mark, something else written down. That would have been a list of the sayings of Jesus, translated into Greek. And they called that Quella, which means source in German, and they call it for short Q. Nobody ever has found this source written. We can reconstruct it because we guess that there was such a written source.
Q was composed before the war. It would have presented Jesus as an apocalyptic figure, the very image of the Messiah that Mark felt compelled to change.
There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth when you see Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and all the prophets in the kingdom of God, and you yourself thrown out.
But this is also a complex Jesus, who sometimes speaks words of wisdom.
Consider the lilies and how they grow. They neither toil nor spin. Yet I tell you even Solomon.
Q does not tell the stories of the life and death of Jesus. It contains only his sayings.
Whoever collected the sayings of Q wasn't interested in the death of Jesus, wasn't interested in the resurrection of Jesus, thought the importance of Jesus was what he said, what he preached. Now, other people thought it's not enough to have the sayings of Jesus. You have to tell about his death and his crucifixion and his resurrection. That's the important thing. Now, somebody put that all together, and we call it Matthew, and we call it Luke.
Blessed are you poor, for yours is the kingdom of God. Blessed are you that hunger now, for you shall be satisfied.
Q was probably composed in the Jewish homeland of Palestine. Scholars do not agree on the location of Mark, Matthew, Luke, or John. They were separated not only by geography, but also by time. Writing decades apart, they composed their Gospels for tiny communities that were developing their own ideas about Jesus, independently of each other.
Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth.
About 15 years after Mark, Matthew wrote his gospel for a community caught up in the transformation of Judaism after the fall of the temple.
Matthew's gospel is clearly written for a Jewish Christian audience, living within the immediate proximity of the homeland itself. Matthew's is the most Jewish of all the Gospels.
Matthew's community lived in villages in the Upper Galilee or Lower Syria. After the war, many who had been forced out of Jerusalem moved north and settled in these villages. New leadership was evolving here with the Pharisees, the rabbis who gave fresh interpretation to the ancient Jewish traditions. Matthew's community felt threatened by these changes.
The followers of Jesus were certainly very much on the fringe of the Jewish community. Obviously, the early preachers had hoped that they would convert the whole majority of their people, but they were bitterly disappointed to find that only a very few accepted their rather improbable stories. And they remained very much on the fringe of the Jewish communities.
This is It's All in Your Head on Over the Edge, KPFA, KPFB Berkeley, KFCF Fresno, KZFR, Chico. Here till 5, incidentally. Over the Edge goes till 5 tonight. There will be no Subgenius here tonight, but next week. And that is my final announcement.
I was under the Calvary cross, pale-faced lady, she said to me, I watched you with my one green eye,
tell you need me. Stuff your heels and you spit on your shoes. You do nothing with a reason. One day you catch your train. Never leaves the station. Everything you do, everything you do for me.
Let us have faith.
How you can make believe on your tin whistle.
Let us have faith.
And you can be my broom boy.
Let us have faith.
Scrub me till I shine in the dark.
Let us have faith.
I'll be a light till doomsday.
Let us have faith. Let us have faith. Let us have faith.
Can't cross your path. And why don't you follow? I'm closing you and my lights in you. This is your birthday of sorrow. Everything you do, everything you do for.
Let us have faith.
Hell, of course, heaven and hell. Hell, of course, heaven and hell. Are opposites of each other, and so whatever you think is wonderful about heaven, then hell is the negation of that. And we always use hell, reserve it for not only for sinners but also for our enemies.
But at this point, my spirituality is 12-step in nature, and what I believe at this point is that you go back. Once you die, you go back. And then you get told whether you did it right or not, and if you didn't do it right, they send you back. And they keep sending you back until you get it right. And then once you get it right, you get to stay.
Part of it comes from the notion of the immortality of the soul, which is a Greek notion. And when Plato outlined it in his dialogues through his teacher Socrates, one of the things he said about it is that we keep on coming back to earth until we finally figure out how to be a good person.
Upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me.
How to be free of the many temptations that life gives us. So this is really a form of immortality of the soul.
Where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find
true or false?
Somewhere over the rainbow.
I couldn't predict what he was going to do. I didn't feel like he was intervening at any particular second. It just unfolded, and here I am. Clearly, everybody had different experiences. My experience was to be able to meet Stanley in a special way and to get ourselves out of the building.
Because I think many independent commentators would say that until Israel's policies towards the Palestinians are changed, a real sore in the Islamic world will continue, and it's going to be impossible almost to bring about this kind of rapprochement, Dr. Ahmed, that you're seeking.
Yes, in a sense you're right, George. At the same time, if you place the discussion in the context of friends talking, colleagues talking, it makes the discovery of each other's positions much, much more easy to accept.
Birds fly over the rainbow.
To acknowledge, Judea's grandson is called Adam, my grandson is called Ibrahim, and I was just thinking of a situation where the names could have been reversed. My grandson could be called Adam, his grandson could be called Ibrahim. Both are very much Abrahamic, both in the Jewish, Christian, Islamic tradition. So these common bonds of discovery, I believe, help us begin to understand each other, and then we can grope our way towards the most difficult, most intractable solutions.
Why, then why can't guess who?
And let us not continue that intimidation. We've got to step up to the plate as individual Muslims and say enough is enough. I'm taking back my faith.
The Universal Media Network.
Necessarily.
said a prayer and played the jukebox. I played what used to be our song, 'cause it's the only thing I had since our love affair was long. I saw you dancing with another. My heart was breaking with each beat, 'cause no one knew that I still loved you, and that I willed you here with me. Then the music started playing, and I saw you glance at me. With a sigh, you shed a tear as they played our melody. And by the time the song had ended, I knew that things would be alright. Though you are his tonight, dear, you'd be mine tomorrow night. Oh, tomorrow night. Tomorrow night.
Their lives are a mystery, they make it their career in the single files of history, fall and disappear, swearing they'll get even with all those other creeps, Philistines and heathens. They violently sleep or steal from cigarette machines just for the change to get back to where they've been, a doorway in the rain. Back in the confession box, back in the slums, desire burns like chicken pox underneath the thumb. A refugee from purgatory in a purple robe of scorn at the Holy Ghost Observatory wears a crown of thorns. Turns out she's a gringo, a hard circumstance. Limbo, baby, limbo. They wanna see you dance. Take the tradesman's entrance, take it out on a tramp. Every fucking sentence complains about the damp. The only girl is a faint cry in the garden of cement. Wait until the paint dries, it's a big event. Look through heaven's windows with their opalescent panes. Limbo, baby, limbo, down the boulevard of shame. St. Margaret dies intact, hardly seems alert. The stone gaze denies the facts, her face hurts. The extra legal image, the cold cream skin, limbo, the sweetheart of the jail. Gypsy babies hopscotch outside the silver gates. The witch doctor's wristwatch stuck at 5 to 8. A bad break, a slight ache is everyone's complaint. Flesh flakes like angel cake from mugshots of the saints. Who fell from a window was never seen again, till he turned up in limbo in a doorway in the rain. A hero rides to heaven, the public only rubs for a fraction of forever in a designated spot. Eternally paralysed, a morbid orbit shifts halfway to paradise, stuck in the lift. Some smart cracking bimbo says you can't be employed, sends you up to limbo on the stairway to a void.
The floppy boots stomped down into the ground. The farmer screamed and blew the sky off the mountains. Eye sockets looked down on the chessboard meadows. And the sun dropped down and the moon ran off. His heels and elbows pale as chalk. And all the comets collided and blew to dust. So fear they be seen. And the sky turned white in the middle of the night. And the sky turned white in the middle of the night. And the big floppy boots stomped down to the ground. And the red violin took the bow for to do the hoodoo ho down. And the red violin took the bow for to do the hoodoo ho down. And the farmer jumped into a circle and flung his chalk right down. Dusty Joe, the devil's show, and he broke off his horns and he fiddled him down the road through the fog. And the farmer's floppy boot stormed down. Red tail squirming, a hind leg kicked, and a fire leaped and licked. The red tail squirming, and a hind leg kicked, and a fire leaped and licked. And when the boot came up, the fire went out, and hell was just an ice cube melted off on the ground. The boat caught down for to do the hoodoo ho down, and the boat caught down for to do the hoodoo the devil ho down. And the boat caught down for to do the hoodoo the devil ho down. Through the fog, huddled in the hollows, standing at the crossroads, was that bunged up, bandaged, broken bum that fell into the wrong circle. He had a soul red tail that once went red and now was pale. He fold 5 thumb, he was summoned up from hell, booted down a spell by a square dancing farmer, by a square dancing farmer well. That old bum was sticking out his thumb when the farmer drew him and said, "Listen, son." And the horse compared his hooves. If you fall into my circle again, I'll tan your red hide and dance you on your tail and pitch you from now to now. Pitch you from now to now. Now the leg kicked and the fire leaped and licked, and the hot leg kicked, and the fire leaped and licked, and the hot leg kicked, and the fire just leaped and licked, and the hot leg kicked, and the fire leaped and licked, and the hot leg kicked, and the fire leaped and licked, and the hot leg kicked, and the fire leaped and licked. The hot leg kicked, and the fire leaped and licked. Floppy boot, stomp down to the ground. Floppy boot, stomp down into the ground. Floppy boot, stomp down into the ground. Floppy boot, stomp down into the ground. Flappy Bird, stomp down into the ground.
It ain't necessarily so. The things that you're liable to read in the Bible, it ain't necessarily so. Little David was small but oh my. He fought big Goliath, who laid down and died. Little David was small but oh my. Little Moses was found in a stream. Moses was found in a stream. He floated on water till old Pharaoh's daughter. She fished him, she says, from that stream. Necessarily so. gospel. But with a grain of salt, Methuselah lived 900 years. But who calls that living when no gal will give in to no man what is 900 years? I'm preaching this sermon to show it ain't necessary,
In fact, several of the church fathers felt that reincarnation was the only way for human beings to be treated truly mercifully by God. Church fathers was looked askance by. And this is quite strange, considering that Egypt, which we've already talked about, and Canaan and Mesopotamia had very, very strong views of afterlife. And yet, if you read Psalm 90, you hear that the years of our life are 70. Or
from the sun, 94,537,000 miles. Minimum distance from the sun, 91,377,000 miles.
even by reason of strength 80, yet their span is but toil and trouble, and we are soon gone.
So bring it up in the context of the book of Job as well.
Right, and there really is no afterlife in the book of Job. And the Hebrews were, like you are, very stoic about the fact that you have this life, God has given it to you, and to expect more than that is somehow to be greedy, as you said.
Mean distance from the sun, 92,957,200 miles. Mean orbital velocity, 66,000 miles per hour. Orbital eccentricity, 0.017.
But things change in the Hebrew Bible pretty much when you get to Daniel. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 3, we have a discussion in a vision of what the end of time is going to look like. And it says that at that time, some of those who sleep in the dust will arise. And some of those who arise will be given eternal punishments, and others will be given eternal bliss. And the bliss works out this way, that those who are wise or will cause people to be wise will shine like the stars of heaven. So in some sense, Daniel is preaching or predicting through his vision that some of us will become stars, by which he appears to mean angels.
Obliquity of the ecliptic, 23 degrees, 27 minutes, 8.26 seconds. length of the tropical year, equinox to equinox, 365.24 days. Length of the sidereal year, fixed star to fixed star, 365.26 days. Length of the mean solar day, 24 hours, 3 minutes, 56.555 seconds in mean solar time. Length of the mean sidereal day, 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4.091 seconds in mean solar time. Mass, 6,600 million tons. Equatorial diameter, 7,927 miles. Polar diameter, 7,900 miles. Oblateness, 1/298. Density, 5.41. Mean surface gravitational acceleration of the rotating Earth, 32.174 feet.
Yeah, here's something that's always been peculiar to me, and it has to do with solar eclipses. When the moon goes across the face of the sun in a certain position, every once in a while, in a certain orbit alignment, the moon's disk perfectly covers the sun's disk, and I mean perfectly. It doesn't cover a bit more. You get the whole aurora thing and everything. You can see the very edge of the sun's fire all the way around the moon. It is a perfect fit. Now, I always assumed that celestial mechanics are pretty random from our point of view. And the way the dust collected and the mass collected and the planets formed and the moons formed around the sun was a matter of weights and measures, balances, had little to do with how the moon might look against the sun from the surface of the Earth. Well, it's too perfect. It's noted in the beginning, the opening of 2001, the movie, and think about it. That's the one thing around here that seems to be for us, for our benefit. That kind of perfect symmetry in such a random world of chaos and happenstance. And it's so big that it bothers me. Thank you for this short interlude here in It's All in Your Head. On Over the Edge, KPFA, Berkeley.
Eventually became Orthodox. But these people were living before this victory that they won, and so we call them Proto-Orthodox. These are people like Ignatius of Antioch and Clement of Rome and Tertullian, and names that many students of early Christianity would be familiar with, although they're not household names any longer. These are people who insisted on certain theological points of view.
Moreover, I would argue, it must also be personal. For a changeless, impersonal cause can never exist without its effect. If the changeless, impersonal conditions for an effect are timelessly present, then their effect must be timelessly present as well. For example, the cause of water's freezing is the temperature being below 0 degrees centigrade. If the temperature were below 0 from eternity, then any water around would be frozen from eternity. It would be impossible for the water to just begin to freeze a finite time ago. The only way for the cause to be timeless and for the effect to begin a finite time ago is for the cause to be a personal agent who freely chooses to create a new effect without any prior determining conditions. For example, a man sitting from eternity could freely will to stand up, and thus you would have a new effect arise from an eternal cause. And thus we are brought not merely to a transcendent cause of the universe, but to its personal creator. In his book, The Creation, Dr. Atkins struggles mightily to explain how the universe could come into existence uncaused out of nothing. But in the end, he finds himself trapped in self-contradiction. He states, now we go back in time beyond the moment of creation to when there was no time and to where there was no space. At this time before time, he imagines a swirling dust of mathematical points which recombine again and again and again, and finally come by trial and error to form our space-time universe. Now, it needs to be honestly said that this is not a scientific hypothesis. It is pop metaphysics, and of the worst kind, for it's obviously self-contradictory, since it assumes time and space in order to explain the origin of time and space. As the scientist David Park writes, it is deceptively easy to imagine events before the Big Bang, but in physics, there is no way to make sense of these imaginings. As if this were not bad enough, Dr. Atkins compounds the problem by asking where the mathematical points came from. His answer? Time brought the points into being, and the points brought time into being. This is like saying the chicken brought the egg into being, and the egg brought the chicken into being. It's no wonder that in his review of Dr. Atkins' book in the Times Literary Supplement, the philosopher John Leslie asks incredulously, how could such nonsense have been churned out by the author of a superb textbook like physical chemistry? In fact, Dr. Atkins' Oxford University colleague, Keith Ward, in his book, God, Chance, and Necessity, points out no less than 7 such logical fallacies in Dr. Atkins' scenario. Ward concludes that it is, quote, blatantly self-contradictory and so cannot be true. By contrast, the view that Christian theists have always held that there is a personal creator of the universe is not only logically consistent, but it also follows logically from the premises that I have laid out. Number 2, the complex order in the universe. During the last 30 years or so, scientists have discovered that the existence of intelligent life depends upon a delicate and complex balance of initial conditions simply given in the Big Bang itself. We now know that life-prohibiting universes are vastly more probable than any life-permitting universe like ours. How much more probable? The answer is that the chances that the universe should be life-permitting are so infinitesimal as to be incalculable and incomprehensible. For example, Stephen Hawking has estimated that if the rate of the universe's expansion had been smaller by even 1 part in 100,000 million, the universe would have recollapsed into a hot fireball. Brandon Carter has calculated that the odds against the initial conditions being suitable for later star formation, without which planets could not exist, is 1 followed by 1,000 billion zeros, at least. P.C.W. Davies estimates that a change in the strength of gravity or of the weak force by only 1 part in 10 to the 100th power would have prevented a life-permitting universe. There are around 50 such quantities and constants present in the Big Bang which must be fine-tuned in this way if the universe is to permit life. So improbability is multiplied by improbability, until our minds are reeling in incomprehensible numbers. There is no physical reason why these constants and quantities possess the values they do. The former agnostic physicist Paul Davies comments, "Through my scientific work, I have come to believe more and more strongly that the physical universe is put together with an ingenuity so astonishing that I cannot accept it merely as a brute fact."
They insisted that there's only one God. There's not 2 or 12 or 30. That Jesus is his son who's both human and divine. He's not just human, he's not just divine, he's both.
And that is that astronomers have an awareness not only of the immense time spans in the past, which have led to our evolution. That's part of common culture now. But they have an awareness of the long time spans that lie ahead. And astronomers are perhaps unusual in recognizing that we humans are not the culmination of evolution. The time lying ahead is at least as long as the time that has elapsed from the beginning of the evolution of life to the present. And so this makes one have an extra concern about what we do on this planet this century, because it will, if we handle it badly, not only be bad news for us and our immediate descendants, but it could foreclose future developments that could extend for millennia, even millions of years in the future. So I think the fact that I'm an astronomer does perhaps give me a sort of global perspective, but also gives me this perspective that we are custodians and stewards for a very long-term future.
the Savior, the Redeemer. The one-man show, the one party, the one opinion. The charisma.
Evolution in the future is likely to be far faster than it has in the past, because the human species will evolve not through natural selection, but through directed modification of all kinds.
All kinds of modification.
Within a few centuries, if it was allowed, there could be a divergence of species. Lee Silver and other people have written about this, that there could be a divergence among humanity between the privileged and the underprivileged in a few centuries or less. And also, if we imagine that 100 years from now, there are small communities living away from Earth out in space, then of course they may start to diverge. So the evolution in the future.
Okay, but the first divergence will be between those privileged and those not privileged.
Well, that's what Lee Silver and others have argued, and this is another reason in which the capacity for change is far greater this century than before, because human capacities are themselves going to be subject to control in a way they weren't in the past.
True or false?
Other people didn't have that same experience. Whatever God's plan is or was and shall be, is, was, and shall be. I can't question it.
Yeah, about the rituals, by the way. First of all, I've never thought that, people who merely practice ritual make themselves good at anything. Remember that ritual can often lead, doesn't have to, but can often lead to a mindless following of a faith. Now, I can tell the caller that, I fast during the month of Ramadan because I believe in the virtue of building character, discipline, and empathy with the poor. I give zakat, which is charity, and in fact more than is expected of me as a Muslim. And I pray not just 5 times a day, but often 10 times a day. But not in the conventional Muslim sense of prostrating to Mecca. And the reason I don't do it that way, even though I did up until the age of 25, is that I realized that, washing prescribed parts of my body, reciting specified verses, praying to a non-negotiable angle, all at assigned times of the day, became for me little more than a rote ritual. And I cared enough about my faith, and still do, to inject more meaning into my communication with God. So today, I don't prostrate and bow, but I do have spontaneous conversations with my Allah, often more than 5 times a day.
I think I went to 14 funerals
and weights. It became a full-time job. They were very draining and painful. I decided to plan Dave's on his birthday, October 17th. Went through the pain of writing his eulogy, which was the hardest thing I've ever written, and I'm a writer. I got back to the hotel room, and I guess that's when I really felt the stark reality of everything. And I sat there by myself and watched the sunrise, and it was a startling beauty that I couldn't believe that this God that I'd talked to in my own way for 35 years could make the most beautiful place in the world and turn this loving man into bones. And I couldn't reconcile the difference between those two extremes.
I think my problem with Islam began some years ago when with the fatwa on Salman Rushdie's head, which I found utterly incomprehensible and difficult to think about a writer being condemned to death by an entire religious community for a book that surely almost none of them had read. And had they read it, would have realized that it was a satire and that the premise on which his head was asked for was wrong. Mm-hmm. Also, as a pluralistic American Jew, I find the vicious anti-Semitism emanating from throughout the Muslim world extremely difficult.
And I guess that's when I felt that my faith was so weakened by the 11th. And so I felt like God was just not present in me the way it had been. I guess all I feel at this point is the profound absence of Dave and my conversations with God that I used to have. I don't have anymore.
Sometimes I can see myself standing at the edge. I see me looking way far down into the abyss. I would wonder what it's like to try to climb up back again. If for a time I just let go and sail out on the wind. We all just want to get away, let currents set us free, to drift and dream with half-closed eyes, way out on a quiet sea. Different things to me. Do you believe in what you say? There doesn't seem to be anybody else who agrees with me. Do you believe?
This is It's All in Your Head on Over the Edge. KPFA, KPFB, Berkeley, KFCF in Fresno, KZFR in Chico. I'm your host, Anonymous. Yes, it's Over the Edge till 5 tonight.
I hear raindrops on the roof like pebbles pouring down.
You're in the Universal Media Network.
Set us free to drift and dream with half-closed eyes, way out on a quiet sea. Do you ever see yourself standing at the edge? Come with me to look far down into the abyss. Come and help me find a way to climb up back again. And for a time we'll just let go and sail out on the wind.
See, nature's perfect, isn't it? You just described a great example. And I've been thinking all week, how can I refine my argument to get through to this new philosophy of yours?
There's only one like it, though. That's what really bothers me.
You mentioned that you see chaos all around you. Nature is perfect. Where do you see chaos in nature? It's all design.
Yes, it's designed, but it's randomly moving around. Randomly.
That's perception. But here's my argument.
That's perception? Yes, that's perception. What are you working with?
Evidence. That's what we're missing here. We're missing a lot of evidence. And here's a bit of evidence for you. Edgar Casey. What do you think of this case?
We're the only ones who make plans, who live here. Therefore, we're the likely ones to see plans where there are none in anything else that lives here.
Every animal plans for the future. They all hoard food or make preparations to have it. This is either inbred or learned behavior. We witness this. In any case, they have it. They have a foreplan for the future. They do not presume life is going to end any second. And here's another thing that just bothers me. You know, all these...
Neither should we, by the way.
Well, you got a slight point there. All this minutia, I could use the black comb and undo each snarl and knot, but it's all academic, as they say. Edgar Casey, what do you think of this case? Do you know of Edgar Casey? Do you know what I'm talking about there?
Not puzzling evidence this week, is it?
No, there isn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And you know it.
I'm sorry.
You're puzzled.
No, it's all God all the time here, this week. They'll be back next week, though.
Who's stronger, God or Halliburton?
We'll find out, won't we?
Mm-hmm. I'm sure we will.
Stick around. Okay. You know, once in a while, I'll throw it at them. You know, what do they want? They want surrender. They want capitulation. All right. Well, I feel like saying this, too. Out of the depths of your ignorance, what is it that you want?
These are people who developed the idea of the Trinity, that God is in three persons. There's only one God, but this God is manifest in three persons. And they're the Christians who decided how the churches would be run. They insisted that there would be bishops over churches, and eventually that there would be bishops over the bishops, and eventually that there would be one bishop over all, the Bishop of Rome, who eventually then becomes the Pope. So these are the people who insisted on points of view that became dominant in Christianity and that determined the shape of Christianity for the ages to come down to our own day.
I just can't bring myself to I used to talk quietly to myself or to God. I used to talk quietly to myself or to God. I used to talk quietly to myself or to God and say, thank you for Dave, thank you for Aiden, thank you for my life. God bless everyone, God bless the children, please heal the sick, the usual blessings. And now I can't bring myself to speak to him anymore because I feel so abandoned.
The question can be asked, why did Constantine, who was a pagan, fighting other pagans to be the emperor of pagan Rome, why did he decide to place himself under the protection of this newfangled Christian god who was worshipped by only a very small minority of the Roman citizenry? Well, one argument can be made, and has been made, that the theological core of pagan politics was, just as there are many gods and goddesses in the heavens, a kind of power sharing in the heavens, there's power sharing on earth. And in fact, Greece and Rome are the source of our ideas about democracy. There was a Senate in Rome throughout the entire time that there were Roman emperors. Constantine said, I will ally myself with the party that says there are not many gods and goddesses sharing power in heaven. I'm going to ally myself with the faith that says there's one God in heaven, and it became his literal credo, his slogan, one God in heaven, one king on earth.
The Gospel of Matthew is concerned with the position of these early Christian churches within Israel. And it's very important that Jesus, for Matthew, is fully a man from Israel. Therefore, Matthew begins his gospel by taking probably all the genealogy of Jesus and now traces this back to Abraham. For Matthew, Jesus, son of Abraham, that is, he's truly a man from Israel.
The way Matthew then tells the story of Jesus draws on a lot of symbols from Jewish tradition. Jesus goes up onto a mountain to teach, and there talks about the law. He looks like Moses.
When Jesus saw the crowds, he went up to the mountain and began to speak and taught them, saying, "You are the light of the world."
Jesus delivers 5 different sermons of this sort, just like the 5 books of Torah.
Think not that I have come to abolish the law and the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill.
In Matthew, Jesus is a proponent of Torah piety, just like the Pharisees.
Whoever breaks one of these commandments will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and the Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven.
The Jesus of Matthew singles out the Pharisees for a bitter attack.
Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you are like whitewashed tombs, which on the outside look beautiful, but inside they are full of the bones of the dead and all kinds of filth.
And his nephew, the apostate.
Now, in Jesus' own times, the Pharisees weren't that prominent a group. Why does Matthew tell the story this way? So that a group that was less consequential during Jesus' own lifetime now becomes the main opponent. It's precisely because that's what's going on in the life of Matthew's community after the war. the Pharisees are becoming their opponents, and we're watching two Jewish groups, Matthew's Christian Jewish group and the local Pharisaic groups, in tension over what would be the future of Judaism.
Most of the Gospels reflect a period of disagreement, of theological disagreement. And the new narrative history that evolves in the form of the New Testament tells a story of a broken relationship. And that's part of the sad story that evolves between Jews and Christians, because it is a story that had such awful repercussions in later times.
By the time Matthew was writing, the trauma of the war was receding. Now, his followers and the Pharisees were competing for the hearts and minds of the Jewish villagers over the future direction of Judaism. This may be one of the reasons Matthew's account of the death of Jesus is so different from Mark's.
Matthew is saying to himself, I have to conclude this gospel. I'm talking about something that happened, say, in the year 30, but I have to bring my gospel up to the year 85. Now, what's the last climactic statement of Jesus? Where do I locate it, and what does he say, and to whom? Matthew is reading Mark. There's a massive consensus of scholarship on that. He finds that Mark ends with the women fleeing and telling nobody. Is that the way Matthew tells it? No. He has Jesus meet the women, and now the women then go and tell, because Jesus sort of corrects Mark's gospel. And the last scene in Matthew, of course, is Jesus, who meets the disciples on a mountain in Galilee where the story began, at the Sermon on the Mount, and they're told to go out and preach to the world.
If we are going to have knowledge about God at all, it is going to be knowledge that God gives of himself. It isn't going to be knowledge that we make up. And so we're in a very sort of precarious position at the moment, because on the one hand, we owe our knowledge of God to his revelation, but on the other hand, we can't, I think, point to any particular revelation and say, this is absolutely infallible, this is the whole truth, and nothing else beside it is true.
If he hadn't been killed, who knows the way history would have turned out? I mean, we may still have polytheism, potentially at least.
Well,
this counter-revolution, right?
This is precisely the focal point of my book. It's called God Against the Gods. Let me mention that. I bring my book into tight focus on a period of history, about 50 years, well within recorded history. These are human beings who we can know extremely well from their own words, recorded words, and from the eyewitness testimony of people who knew them.
I became increasingly interested in the diversity of the New Testament itself. I had started out as an evangelical Christian, thinking that the text of Scripture was completely inspired and without any error. But as I started working on these texts, reading them in the original Greek language, studying them intensely, I started finding wide-ranging differences among these books. And soon I started seeing contradictions in the text, and I started seeing that these different authors had different perspectives, including perspectives that were at odds with each other within the pages of the New Testament. At the same time I was finding that, I became interested in other books not found in the New Testament. I started studying the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Peter, books that are called the Apostolic Fathers, such as the Shepherd of Hermas or the Epistle of Barnabas. And I began to realize that Christianity outside the canon was even more diverse than Christianity within the canon. But since my faith had been rooted in evangelical teachings about the Bible, once I started realizing that there were discrepancies in the Bible that I simply couldn't resolve without having to do a lot of very fancy footwork, I decided that the Bible wasn't the inerrant rule of faith and practice that I had assumed, and for me this led to a real crisis, an emotional crisis of faith. But it's interesting that my friends at the time, I happened to be at seminary, Princeton Theological Seminary. My friends at the time learned everything I learned and would agree with most of the things that I think, and continue to be solid believers, but it's because their faith wasn't built on some understanding of the inerrancy of the Bible.
Well, pretty much everyone believes in an afterlife as cultures go. Of course, there are always individuals who don't believe what their culture is telling them. And there are plenty of Americans right now who don't.
The Gospels are very peculiar types of literature. They're not biographies. I mean, there are all sorts of details about Jesus that they simply are not interested in giving us. They're a kind of religious advertisement. What they do is proclaim their individual authors' interpretation of the Christian message through the device of using Jesus of Nazareth as a spokesperson for the evangelist position.
Confiscate your leg and wrap it up in a sailor's knot and hide it in your pretty little case. Find it for sure that it was yours, but it was so hard to tell. You know that we shall meet again if your memory serves you well. Wheels on fire, rolling down the road. There's no define my next of kin. This wheel shall explode. Remember, you're the one who called on him to call on me to get you your favors done. After every plan had failed, There's a whole lot of people suffering tonight from the disease of conceit. Whole lot of people struggling tonight from the disease of conceit. Come right down the highway, straight down the line. Rips into your senses, through your body and your mind.
And he was displeased, saying to himself,
This thing is not good.
Nothing about it that's sweet. The disease of conceit.
And the Lord saw the
A
tower,
whole lot of hearts breaking tonight from the disease of.
And I guess deep down inside I know he still exists and that I have to forgive and move on.
the children of men builded. And he was displeased, saying to himself,
This thing is not good.
Whole lot of hearts shaking tonight from the disease of conceit.
But I'm not ready to do that yet.
Steps into your room, eats into your soul. Over your senses, you have no control. Ain't nothing too discreet about the disease of conceit.
This thing is not good.
There's a whole lot of people dying tonight from the disease of conceit. Whole lot of people crying tonight from the disease of conceit. Comes right out of nowhere, and you're down for the count. From the outside world, the pressure will mount. Turn you into a piece of meat, the disease of conceit. Conceit is a disease that the doctors got no cure. They've done a lot of research on it, but what it is they're still not sure. There's a whole lot of people in trouble tonight from the disease of conceit. Whole lot of people seeing double tonight from the disease of conceit. Give your delusions a grandeur and an evil eye. Give you the idea that you're too good to die. Then they bury you from your head to your feet from the disease of conceit.
But in point of fact, since the Neanderthals until now, we have a choice of many, many cultures' notions of what the afterlife is. And the amazing thing is that they don't cohere very well. Each culture designs what it thinks is important for its afterlife, and they don't necessarily have any relationship to other people's afterlives.
And frightening.
Right.
Comment on those.
Well, I do deal extensively with the Jew bashing and Jew baiting issue in my book, so I will leave it to, I know you've already read it, I'll leave it to other listeners to follow through by reading the book. As far as the fatwa against Salman Rushdie, let us again be clear that not every Muslim, condemned Rushdie, but a frightening number did, and particularly from the mainstream British and increasingly North American community. I point out in my book that at the time I was studying Islam on my own, and this all of the commentaries that came, after the Rushdie fatwa took me aback, because not all of them, I should say, the vast majority that I came across didn't question whether the Quran is as pristine, as untouched as the effigy burners would have us believe. They merely tried to explain away the vitriolic anger against Rushdie. And this came, by the way, these commentaries came not just from Muslims, but from liberal non-Muslims who felt the need to just explain what's going on as opposed to actually ask tough questions about it. And I would like to believe that, 12, 15 years later, we're in a different society. Are we? It remains to be seen. And I can tell you that I'm hearing very private comments from scholars and academics who are thanking me for, reminding Muslims of our lost tradition of ijtihad. And then I ask if they will publicly go with their endorsements, and that's when the hesitation begins. Why? What is everyone so afraid of? Have some guts.
I am God. You are God. We are all God.
Preposterous.
I am God. You are God.
Nonsensical.
We are all God.
Our God doesn't operate that way.
I am God. You are God. We are all God.
Preposterous.
I am God. You are God. We are all God.
Ridiculous.
I am God. You are God. We are all God.
Nonsensical.
I am God. You are God. We are all God.
How can cultists so twist and pervert the plainness of what the Bible actually says?
Our churches today are full of a bunch of spiritual retards with a bunch of brain flushers for preachers, and they haven't figured out that this thing is for real and that we are in a war.
Wait for more.
You are everywhere. We are all going to be free from danger. I am God.
Damnation.
You are God.
Damnation.
We are all going to be free from danger.
Suffer.
I am God.
Damnation.
You are God.
Damnation.
We are all going
The bottomless
to be
pit.
free from metals. I am God.
Dark.
You are God.
Devil.
Be free. We are all God. Be free.
Damnation.
I am God.
We are
You are God.
anti-anyone.
We are all God.
Anti-Christ.
I am God.
Anyone.
You are God. Be free. We are all God.
Or anyone. Burn us.
May all beings everywhere you are enabled.
Vengeance.
We are all God. Be enabled.
Fire. Flame.
I am God. Carry out your lives in peace. We are all God. And unless we are free of fear, are peaceful and happy, we cannot fully bring another to peace and happiness. So just once more with feeling. I am God. You are God.
Anguish.
We are are God. Perish. We are all God.
Punish. Wail. Weep. There are lots of gods out there. But the God of the Christian Bible is the only one.
Death is absolutely. I am God.
Until the end.
You are God.
From the beginning.
We are all God.
And he was the only one.
I am God.
And yet,
you are God.
Our people don't understand.
We are all God.
What he is saying.
I am God. You are God.
We are
all God. And unless we are free of fear, peace. I am God. You are God. We are all God.
No cathedral, temple, or monastery.
I am God.
No donation.
You are God.
Nor solicitation.
We are all God.
No priest, rabbi, minister, or monk.
I am God.
No pension.
You are God.
Sermons.
We are all God.
Chant, costume, candle, or hymn.
I am God.
No picnic.
You are God.
Party.
We are all God.
Dance or bingo. No image, benign, bereaved, or crucified. No ordained saint or confirmed miracle. No literature but one book. And no God but Allah.
What is everyone so afraid of?
You just touched on something that I thought was a very interesting twist in your writing, which is the idea that multiculturalism has been a disservice to standing up to a lot of what you're claiming is a problem with Islam.
Right.
And so that multiculturalism, which is ostensibly there to be embracing, has not.
Well, multiculturalism, like anything, I suppose, in its moderate form, has been wonderful for, people to feel that they have the opportunity to belong in a pluralistic society. But at least in my country of Canada, official multiculturalism, and it is a national policy, multiculturalism is, has degenerated into something much more literalist, where people feel that they cannot ask questions, forget about themselves, of each other's critical questions, exactly. And as I say in the book, reform means obviously not taking the Quran literally, but it also means not taking multiculturalism literally. And in that sense, I think non-Muslims as well as Muslims have a lot of work to do in terms of rediscovering the very basis on which our pluralistic society is built, which is freedom of expression and engagement.
Constantine and Julian. Constantine was the uncle to Julian. Constantine, born a pagan, reigning as the first Christian emperor. Julian, born a Christian and reigning as the last pagan emperor.
Somebody who thinks that the four Gospels are like four witnesses in a court trying to tell exactly how the accident happened, as it were, this is extremely troubling. It is not at all troubling to me because they told me, quite honestly, that they were Gospels. And a gospel is good news, good and news, updated interpretation. So I did not expect journalism.
There are several different portraits of Jesus enshrined in the shape of the traditions about him, and that these seem to go back to very early times.
The major issue for me is whether the people who told us the stories in the ancient world took them all literally, and now we're so smart that we know to take them symbolically. Or they all intended them symbolically, and we're so dumb that we've been taking them literally. And I really am with the second option. I think we have been misinterpreting these stories because the people who write them don't seem the least bit worried about their diversity. We see the problem, and then we want to insist that they're literal. I think we have misread the scriptures, not they have miswritten them.
Since many have undertaken to set down the events that have been fulfilled among us, I too decided, after investigating everything carefully, to write an orderly account.
Luke's gospel takes the separation from Judaism one step further, because Luke was almost certainly a Gentile. writing for a mainly Gentile audience. And the story he has to tell is how word of Jesus reached the rest of the world.
The Jesus of Luke is an enormously powerful figure. He comes on the scene as a prophet straight out of the Hebrew Bible. I mean, at his first appearance in his hometown synagogue, he quotes the prophet Isaiah.
The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to let the oppressed go free.
Jesus goes into the synagogue. He takes the scroll of Isaiah. He is literate, of course. He can read. And he's a scholar. He can find his way around an unpointed Hebrew scroll and find exactly the place he wants and reads it and comments on it. Jesus is a scholar. Jesus is rather like Luke, actually.
Tradition claims that the author of Luke was a traveling companion of the Apostle Paul, and probably lived in one of the cities where Paul founded a Christian community. Luke wrote a story about Jesus, but he also wrote the book of Acts, the story of the growth of the early church and its spread throughout the empire.
And what Julian tried to do, remarkably, was to turn back this monotheistic revolution that his uncle had started and reinstate this very simple and compelling idea, an idea that lays at the heart of Western democracy, the idea of freedom of religion. Julian was not a persecutor of Christians in any real sense. He was a competitor for the hearts and minds of the Roman citizenry.
He's perfectly willing to accept monotheists.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, another great irony of history is that it is Julian, the pagan emperor of Rome, who offers and even begins to rebuild the temple of Solomon in Jerusalem that a previous pagan emperor had torn down, thus revolutionizing Judaism, depriving Judaism of the very place where the Bible itself says God demands that we worship and offer sacrifice. Thus creating this entirely new phenomenon of rabbinical Judaism. Julian comes around and says, I will rebuild the temple at my own expense and on my own initiative so that Jews can worship their God in the way that their sacred scripture tells them to, just as all other Romans can worship whatever god or goddess they choose to worship. He was trying to break the monopoly that Constantine had handed to the Christians. And it is what I describe in my book as one of the great what-ifs of history. What if Julian's counter-revolution had succeeded 1,500 years earlier than the Enlightenment, the Age of Reason, the era in which we live today? Would we have been spared Inquisition, Crusades, Holocaust, countless martyrdoms where human beings have been made to pay the price in blood of choosing the wrong belief?
Say the Holocaust because one associates the National Socialist movement with the kind of paganism, or a worship of ancestors and worship of mythic beings and Aryan kinds of gods and whatnot. So that it's almost polytheistic, really, isn't it?
Well, first of all, Hitler and the Nazis dabbled in the iconography of classical paganism and of Nordic paganism. That's absolutely true. But the idea at the heart of Nazism, it was also at the heart of Stalinism. These were two political systems of the 20th century that borrowed from monotheism the idea of one truth, one way.
In Stalinism, it was the state.
And Stalinism,
collectivism.
It was his kind
even
of
though it was a godless state.
Ostensibly, but of course Stalin made himself into the replacement god. And this is a commonplace of historical thought. The messianism of Judaism can be traced into the ideas of Marxism, so that instead of a messiah, you have the dictatorship of the proletariat. But the idea that's at the heart of both of these political systems is the same idea that's at the heart of rigorous, kind of extreme monotheism.
You call it rigorism, in fact. That's
I use the term rigorism, which is a technical term in the history of religion, There are other words we could use. We could say extremist, fanatic.
Dogmatism, doctrinary. Sure. But you know, I'm thinking about somebody like Mao Zedong, who was wont to say in his Red Book that you should not worship me, I should not be a single figure of iconography or of veneration or anything like that, and yet that's exactly what he became. It was almost as if the tide of history had turned in such a way, using your thesis here, that it was implacable.
Well, these are all ideas that are kind of abroad in the world and have been dressed up in different mantles and different costumes, but the essential idea at the heart of it is the same. I quote one 20th century historian who says that the slogan that I quoted earlier, one God, one Logos, one Emperor, which was the slogan of Constantine in the 4th century, leads ultimately to one people, one Reich, one Führer in the time
you
of
seem
Hitler.
to feel leads to fanaticism and leads to, I mean, the idea of heretics, which certainly wasn't a part of polytheism, but also lest the listeners be confused about what polytheism was and what it wasn't. I mean, if you think of things having changed as a result of Julian the Apostle, history having gone a different way, as you point out in your book, the pagans were also, I mean, given to things like prudery. I mean, think about pagan prudery as an oxymoron, but it wasn't.
Well,
it's very important to remember that the Gospel of Luke is only one half of a major work.
This is another thing, another ill effect of reading our Bible too literally.
And we make a mistake by reading the Gospel of Luke just as the story of Jesus. What Luke wrote was a story that began with John the Baptist and ends with the arrival of Paul in Rome.
So the author of Luke Acts, and that's what we call them now, that's a 2-volume work, is telling us a bigger story.
But in early Christianity, there were wide-ranging debates over who exactly Jesus was.
Because the Bible paints a very dark picture of paganism as something superstitious and sinful and criminal.
Grander story.
Pagans are made out to be sexually promiscuous, to engage in animals,
Almost
human
as
sacrifice.
bad as what the New Testament does to Jews, as Elaine Pagels and others.
Exactly. It's a matter of demonizing the other, which is the great evil of this kind of thinking.
In fact, it's such a good story that many scholars have compared it to the novelistic literature of the time and have interpreted Luke Acts as really a early Christian romance. With all the ingredients of romance, down to shipwrecks and exotic animals and exotic vegetation, cannibalistic natives, all kinds of embellishments that one finds in the romance literature of the time.
We were being pounded by the storm so violently that on the next day they began to throw the cargo overboard. And on the third day, with their own hands, they threw the ship's tackle overboard. When neither sun nor stars appeared for many days, and no small tempest raged, all hope of our being saved was at last abandoned.
The style of Luke's Gospel is probably the highest literary quality of anything in the New Testament. So it's very different than Mark on that score, which has a much cruder quality to the grammar. So anyone from the literary culture of the Greco-Roman world who might have picked up Luke's Gospel would have felt much more comfortable with it. It's much more like reading a Greek novel.
Tradition holds that Luke was a physician. He clearly possessed a fine command of Greek. And his composition addresses a dilemma faced by Christian communities across the empire.
One of the major concerns that the composite work of Luke and Acts addresses is whether Christians can be good citizens of the Roman Empire. After all, their founder was executed as a political criminal, and some people would have thought of them as incendiaries, as revolutionaries. Luke, in his portrait, wants to show that Jesus himself taught an ethic that was entirely compatible with the good citizenship of the empire, and that despite the fact that Paul was himself executed, all of that was a serious mistake and had nothing to do with a political program that was in any way dangerous.
In fact, in Luke's version of history, the book of Acts, Paul is treated kindly by his Roman guards.
The death of Paul is not told. It ends in a triumphant note, in a way, that Paul is speaking, preaching freely the gospel unhindered.
The counterpart to the realization that Luke is telling the story for a Greco-Roman audience with a kind of political agenda is what happens to Luke's treatment of the Jewish tradition. Luke is much more antagonistic toward Judaism.
When Luke describes Paul's visit to a synagogue, he shows the Jews in a hostile light.
Paul and Barnabas went into the Jewish synagogue, but the unbelieving Jews stirred up the Gentiles and poisoned their minds against the brothers.
Luke Acts is also the first time we see the followers of Jesus explicitly called Christians.
This ethnic self-consciousness that's being reflected by Luke Acts is beginning to say that we, the Christians, the ones who are telling this story, are no longer in quite the same way just Jews. Luke is reflecting the development of the Christian movement more away from the Jewish roots.
The reality is that the classical pagans about whom I write, I'm not talking about all paganism in the broadest sense. I'm talking about the paganism of the classical world, the world of the highest civilization humankind has ever known, and that's a point that we don't even debate today.
Well, for us in the West, it's almost always a combination of immortality of the soul and resurrection of the body. And I should say that Judaism and Islam combined those two notions very easily, but Christianity had a great deal of trouble with immortality of the soul, and I'll tell you why. The Gospels say that Jesus was resurrected from the dead, and his death is saving for all of us. But if you believe in immortality of the soul, the way Socrates and Plato appeared to, you believe that that's a natural property of the soul. And so if it's a natural property of the soul, why would you need Jesus' saving death? So early Christianity was very, very skeptical about immortality of the soul. They rejected it. And it took Christianity centuries to find a way to absorb that notion into Christianity. And indeed, the fact that it did so shows that Christianity was giving up its millenarian and apocalyptic framework.
That vicious abdomen, Jonah, he lived in a whale. It ain't necessarily so.
Which Jesus originally preached. In other words, to accept immortality of the soul, one had to give up the notion that the end of the world was coming soon. And that's precisely what Christianity did.
Well, I think what I've come to is a realization that Christianity, above all, is a historical religion that makes historical claims about a historical person, about Jesus of Nazareth. And so it seems to me that whatever a person happens to believe theologically, that Christians are obligated to consider their religion historically, and that historical knowledge can threaten faith, and it may threaten to change a person's faith, but it's not a bad thing, because this is a historical religion, and historical knowledge can deepen the understanding of this religion precisely because it's such a historical faith.
that's about it for It's All in Your Head today. This has been Over the Edge, a special 5-hour edition of Over the Edge with It's All in Your Head, Part 3. And I will be back next Thursday at midnight. Unusually, it's usually Barb and Crack of Dawn, but not next week. I will be doing her show, and then probably staying on for the Subgenius because Puzzling Evidence is gone. So you'll be hearing a lot of me. This is KPFA, KPFB in Berkeley, KFCF in Fresno, KZFR in Chico for about another 3 minutes.
And all the world is a hopeless jumble, and the raindrops tumble all around heaven, opens a magic lane. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high.
I wonder if your guest is familiar with either the writing of Philip K. Dick or Pierre Teilhard, if I'm saying his name right, the noosphere concept.
Oh, Teilhard Chardin.
There. Okay, well,
good.
Philip K. Dick, I was wondering, too, if you could comment on his exegesis, where he had an experience that he related with a past life. His doctors were telling him he was possibly schizophrenic, but he was speaking like coined Greek, or really old Greek. He said he thought in that Greek, he wrote in that Greek. He's like, a pretty crazy but a well-renowned writer, and he had a lot of these crazy experiences that he could only explain as reincarnation, where he remembered Jerusalem, he remembered Rome. The Greek was a really crazy thing that he remembered to speak, to write, to think in that language that he'd never heard.
On a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me.
Create is divine. To reproduce is human. Man Ray.
Like lemon drops away above the chimney tops.
Right. Bye-bye.